Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. We are starting a little bit later today, uh, but I reserve that right. As my schedule says, uh, uh, schedule is subject to cat's insanity. I'll leave it to you to determine which one that was. But speaking of the kitties, let's take a look here. We have Ember top center, a little bit of a bath time. Sky upper left, and Sherbet left center. Do we have anybody else? Nope, not seeing anybody. Today we're gonna do our first look at Paranormasight, the 7 Mysteries of Honjo. This is supposed to be like a paranormal detective style game. I get the impression that there are like active or action challenges to it. I'm not really sure. As usual, we're going to be playing a bit blind here. We'll see how that go. Oof. Yeah, been a bit of a day. Overall productive. We got all of last week's video stuff done. So yeah. Let's switch over so you can hear this. Get a load of that. I hadn't really paid attention or noticed, but this one is published by Square Enix. Tends to be a pretty good sign. The view through these are I mean, it's a fisheye lens, but at the same time they often have these things at corners so that you can see like oncoming traffic around it. This kind of bowl mirror kind of look. Creates a creepy thing. When you first start the game, there's like an introduction to the options and that kind of stuff, which is unfortunate that it doesn't play again. I canceled out of it after checking volume levels and such. So let's see what we're getting into, huh, folks? Okay, this is a little bit of it, yeah. I appreciate the look on this guy. It's almost a... It is a mask. You can see the grinning old man face is a mask. You can tell it just around the edge here. Let's see, I will explain other essential functions. He was talking about the options menu. There's one more thing I wish to confirm. It would feel strange to go without knowing your name. Please tell me what to call you. There we go. I'm on to you. This one pulls the same trick. I've had to change identifiers on my computer because of games like this. It reads your profile name on your OS. Now, it might actually be pulling my Steam name, which would be nice. No, well, apparently tab is a hotkey thing. Yes. And then truncating it because it only lets you have 10 characters. Please pardon my mistake. I was sure that's what you said, but it seems I was wrong. What came over me? I think it is the Steam one. Let me just double check. See what kind of shenanigans they're pulling here. Yeah, they're probably using the Steam profile name, which is less obnoxious. Doo-doo. I see. Very good. I seem to have gotten it right this time. Yeah. The gimmick being and revealed. Did you spot it? Yeah. The regardless of what you say the first time, with like when you enter your name, he'll say, "Oh, is it this?" After you enter it, and the this will be your Steam profile or whatever your profile name is for your where you're playing this. It'll pull that and say, here's what it is. Uh, then even if you accept through that, he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you said this other thing, right?" All right, now that we've been properly introduced, let us begin our story. Presented by. From antiquity to present day, regardless of how society and civilization evolve, death has been a constant presence that none have ever escaped. Whether if it's one's own or that of someone close, death is always a difficult thing to accept. This is an immutable reality, a value shared by all, no matter the age in which they live. In fact, oral traditions reflect people's fears and prayers regarding death still remain, ghosts, spirits, and so on. Slow zoom in going on here. Similarly, in attempt to defy death, many curses, rituals and customs have been born, from burning spirit incense to summoning the souls of the dead. Some of those secret arts are still being passed down to this day. On that note, this may seem rather abrupt, but is there someone you wish to bring back from the dead? What if you had one chance to use the secret art of resurrecting the dead? Hey there, Yush. I don't recall seeing your handle around. Are you new to the channel? So if you had the power to bring someone back to life one time and one time only, what would you do? Ah, okay. Different screen name, huh? What would you do? I wouldn't want it. Let someone else have it. There was no cost. I see. Let me look here. Can't really see it clearly in the the UX that I have available at the moment. Very interesting. That is what I thought you would say. What seems to be the matter? You want to know what this box that has been sitting here is? It's quite the curious thing, isn't it? This is called a color television. The world I will be sending you to is full of devices such as this that do not exist in the age you are from. In this era, a color television can be found in nearly every household. That is not all. For example, if a person should wish to contact someone while they were out of their home, they use public telephones like this that can be found all over the city. Given the imagery that he showed us on the TV before, I wonder if the implication is that he is talking to somebody in a past era. Can you imagine what life would be like in such a time? I'd be thrilled to have you continue this story. After all, that's why you came here, no? Interesting combination is he's got like a older era outfit under a long coat, and then he seems to be a younger man with long white hair wearing a mask that looks like an old man. So let us begin. I have kept you waiting long enough. How are you doing today, Yush? Or is it Yenush? You do have the that yen symbol at the beginning. Present to you Paranormasight, a bizarre tale surrounding the curse known as the Rite of Resurrection. A peculiar yarn ensnaring 9 men and women in a fierce fight for their lives as it unravels. Some of the characters appearing within surely share your views on the Rite of Resurrection. Imagine those who have lost someone dear to them will feel particularly strong about it, clinging to it as their last desperate hope. First, I shall introduce a man named Shogo... Oh, man. It's a triple vowel. I'm going to say Okie. Person of interest. Shogo is an unremarkable young man entering his 3rd year of working in the planning department at Haihaku Soaps, a chemicals company headquartered in Sumida. Born in western Tokyo to an ordinary family around the same time as the birth of color TV. They're making a point of mentioning the color television. I mean, that's definitely an old style television they've got there. I mean, the fact that they're not mentioning cellular phones puts us in anywhere from 80s to 90s. Like, that style of TV would be pre that period. But I would assume like 80s to 90s maybe, given that he's 3 years into the workforce. He grew up amidst the boom of special effects-heavy action films, anime, variety shows, professional baseball, and pop music. Hey there, Saiti. You're coming in right at the beginning. We did start a bit late. Hope you're doing well today. Having a good time? Shogo graduated from a famous private university in Tokyo. Okay, let's see. Born at the start of color TV. When did color TV? Tell me, internet. 60s. Okay, okay. Okay, and he is out of university. Man. So late 80s, early 90s, probably. I'm doing okay. Had to scrabble together a little bit of extra recharging time today, but otherwise good. You can't see it, but we're testing some new cat-related technology in the area. If it works out, I may talk more about it. But as such, I have been kind of busy physically. Let's see, private university, and has settled into an apolitical mindset, common among those of his generation, with no strong ideals and no particular dissatisfaction with the world as it develops around him. He is content to just go with the flow, having stumbled into his current position by pure chance, and it is safe to assume he will follow the stereotypical path of working his way up the ladder, starting a family, and remaining at the same company until retirement. He plays folk guitar as a hobby, and is currently looking for a girlfriend. One on the storyteller, too. Guides those who visit PARANORMASIGHT. Everything else about him remains a mystery. So this is the first character that was introduced to us, if you didn't get to see him, Saiji. Wearing a older era outfit underneath a more modern long coat and hat, and this upper face mask, this old man mask. Breaking news. I wonder what it could be at such a time. Early this morning, the body of a drowned man was discovered at a park in Sumida City. Police have identified the body as Shogo Okie, a 25-year-old man who worked at a company in the area. Okay, 25. So yeah, sometime around the 80s decade, that's where we would be, which makes sense since they talked about contacting anybody being available through public phones. As signs of a struggle were found, the Sumida police suspect foul play and have launched an investigation. Oh, excuse me, please pay no mind to what you have just seen. Goodness, you very nearly saw something that would have spoiled the story. Just pretend you didn't see that. Let us turn time back a smidge and start again from there. Do you understand? You saw nothing. Move along. Nothing to see here. Cute little narrative device. You know nothing. You see nothing. You hear nothing. You probably don't recognize this reference, and I only vaguely do. Though it's usually in a different order. I think it's something like, I see nothing, I hear nothing, I know nothing. And I missed some text. Square Enix presents Anybody remember when it was Squaresoft and Enix, two different companies? Shogo? Shogo, are you all right? Hey, can you hear me? Huh? Hey, that's not a proper answer. Earth to Shogo Okie. I feel like Okie's wrong, but maybe we'll get a voice line that'll show us. What do you think you're doing falling asleep here? You gave me quite the shock. Come on now, up with you. Up. Okay, and there. How's that? All right? Do you feel dizzy? Have a headache? Are your humors off balance? Do you need bleeding? Should I get my leeches? Fine, I think. I like the animation. It's not one, the characters do seem to be cell shaded 3D. So if you look at his hand, that does strike me as a 3D model. And they're just using still frames of it. But we have nice things like smooth blinking and a little bit of transition between poses. There's definitely nothing wrong with my humors, though my head's still a little fuzzy. Office worker. That doesn't sound good. Turn your head around a little bit to see if you can walk all right. When the game is in your control, drag the screen or move the right stick to move around. So there's a lot of indications just like this that there is gamepad use in it, but especially if it's like this, I kind of prefer to not have to do analog stick, since well, it would be continual. Oh, jeez. Jumps right up in your face. If it's not apparent, this is kind of a supernatural horror, as well as detective, or at least it claims to be. One moment, fixing an eyeball here. There we go. You remember anything like where we are or what we were doing? Rite of Resurrection? Huh? Wait a second. When did I tell you about that? I mean, it could just be really, really well done, stylized flat art. I mean, I guess I must have, seeing as how you know that name, but weird. I wonder if the indication is that we've essentially jumped into the perspective of Shogo. You still seem a little bit out of it. Why don't you look around a bit more? Look around and select things you want to investigate. You can converse with people by selecting their faces. Still a little woozy. What is wrong with me? Where am I? I should take a look around. This is an interesting looking playground. But it's crawling with kids during the daytime. It's kind of peaceful here at night. Where are we? All right, this is Sumida City, Tokyo. We're at Kinshibori Park near near Kinshicho Station. Lots of names. Yoko brought me here saying she needed my help with something important. It's just past midnight. That explains why there's nobody else around. Oh, wow. So we are going with a real world setting. Sumida City, one of the 23 districts of Tokyo, located in the eastern part of the city, surrounded by the Sumida, Arakawa, and Kunaka rivers. At the start of the Showa era, the area was still divided into two districts, the southern Honjo and northern Mukojima. But they were merged into one district after the Second World War. It is said to be named after the Sumida River and the banks that line it. Unlike the river, however, its name uses the character for ink rather than that for corner. Even now, people still frequently mix up the two. Despite suffering extensive damage from both the Great Kanto earthquake and air bombings during the war, Sumida managed to recover and come out on top every time. Once filled with samurai residences, it is now home to a thriving industrial district and many residential zones, though evidence of its previous character can still be found around the areas. Let's see. Aiko Temple, former Yasuda Gardens, site of the... Oh, wow. Okay, Kirakozuki no Suke's residence, Honjo Matsuzaka Zakacho. Oof. I'm going to butcher names. Sumida Park, the Tokyo Metropolitan Memorial Hall in the Mukojima Hayakayan Gardens. See, Kishibori Park, where we are, opened in 1950. It's conveniently close to Kinshicho Station. Stumbling over Shicho, right there. Surrounded on all sides by roads, this paved park is a popular spot for people to meet or relax. Yeah, I thought so. This paved park. Now, if that's the one that we're in, there's a lot of playground equipment there. And that is... You can tell the eras of playgrounds based on how likely you are to be severely injured if you fall down there. I mean, a fall is always a concern. There's always great risk of physical injury, especially the older you get. But the older the playground, the more likely that the playground equipment in the ground itself are exceptionally hazardous. With things like, concrete and asphalt surfaces, hard angled metal, that kind of thing. The kind of playground equipment that seems designed to injure as much as entertain. Kinshibori Park was named after the Kinshibori Canal, part of the South Warigasui Canal, which could once be found nearby. In fact, the area's name, Kinshicho, was also derived from the canal. This is an educational channel. We're learning things. Controls. Okay. These telephone booths are all over town. The lights are always on, so they can be used in an emergency. Small booth containing a public telephone, most often found in parks or along roads. Local telephone calls can be placed at a rate of 10 yen per 3 minutes. More recently, telephone booths capable of accepting prepaid cards known as a telephone card have begun to spread, enabling one to make a phone call without the need for small change. Telephone booths in the downtown area tend to be plastered with unauthorized advertisements and leaflets, a problem that has shown no signs of slowing down. Neat. I think we got everything. It was close. If we died before we got our hands on the rite of resurrection, everything would have been over before it started. So, Woozy, who is she? Seems like the game sound's not coming in there. Okay, we're going to have to bump that up. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to figure out which audio setting controls the ambient because I like this messed up option. There is some ambient going on here, so I'm going to try to find it. Okay, so it is not the music setting. That's good. Who is she? Okay, there's talk, but you can click her. And of course, the view pans up from, chest level. Yoko Fukunaga. Good, at least I can remember that much. I first met her about a month ago. She's 23, works as a housekeeper, and is really into the occult. If I think harder, I can probably recall a little more about what's going on. We've only met a few times, but we've really hit it off. She's a lot of fun to be around. I'm gonna reset that before we knock everybody out of their seats here. Okay, still loud, but we'll keep it that way for now. I've no idea how she feels, though. I get the sense she isn't thinking about me that way right now. But I know I've got a thing for bubbly girls who are into dark things like the occult. After obtaining a junior college degree, Yoko started working as a housekeeper due to her ability to see things that others cannot. She has received strange looks from a young age. This ability spurred an interest in the paranormal, which that she continues to pursue to this day. It's like Mikoro-chan or something like that. It's a manga, and I think it's getting some anime adaptation. but the gimmick of it is that the main character has enough spiritual sensitivity, or at least a great deal of spiritual sensitivity, such that they can see all of the supernatural critters that move around. Normally, those critters don't really interact with people much, if at all. But if a person can see them, then the things can interact with them. Like the more clearly you can perceive them, the more they can touch you. And there are some of them that if they notice you that you can perceive them, then they will try to kill you. So one of the gimmicks of the series is how incredibly good the main character is at essentially bluffing that they can't see something, no matter how horrifying it is in front of them. And it's not that she's super brave or anything like that. It's just that she has a pretty good poker face and a lot of nerve. What reminded me of that is she can see things that others can't. So the ability to spot, to look, see, and interact with something that somebody else can't see would be strange to an observer. Following graduation, Yoko worked as a desk job at a trading company, but butted heads with her supervisor, who was skeptical of the supernatural and quit within a year. Now, while working as a housekeeper, she spends her days devouring mystery magazines and visiting haunted spots. As she vowed to live life true to herself and never change for the sake of others, Yoko has no regrets about the path she has taken. Yoko has a dog, a Shiba Inu named Ogopogo, the Japanese Loch Ness Monster, and a reasonably strong monster in a box in Final Fantasy IV. Late game. Who has been by her side since she was a student. Okay. Let me think. What can I remember? Her name is Yoko Fukunaga. We met about a month ago. What's the deal with this park? Zoom and blur. It was around noon on one of my days off. I just finished running some errands in Kinshicho, and was here taking a quick break. I was just looking around absent-mindedly. She's gonna pop out at us, isn't she? At least she didn't jump right up under our field of vision again. I noticed this girl loitering around. She was digging up holes in the sandbox and searching around the playground. She seemed to be enjoying herself, talking to the animal figures and petting them on their heads. My curiosity got the better of me, and before long I struck up a conversation. Very, comfy music. Are you looking for something? Sorry, I must look like a total weirdo. Yeah, I could guess you could say I'm looking for something. If you want, I could give you a hand. Really? I mean, that'd be a huge help, but... Are you really just a good Samaritan? Or are you after, you know, something else? Huh? Definitely the other... I'm a good Samaritan. Oh, wow, my hero. People like you really do exist. Think I might cry. Okay, I guess I'll let you help me. Be warned, you might regret what you've gotten yourself into. Okay, yeah, these are just... So far, these are just flat sprites. Detailed, high res, and good ones, but static. No worries. What are you looking for anyway? Did you lose a bracelet or something? Not exactly. I'm searching for one of the 7 mysteries. Supposedly, this is the location of the Whispering Canal. This is something that I've seen referenced in a lot of, manga and anime. The idea that there will be, X mysteries of an area, of a school, of a location, of a town, that kind of thing. 7 mysteries, 9 wonders. And a lot of times they end up being urban legends or similar. Some of them can get that SCP vibe to them. What was one of them? I think in one of the Madoka Magica spin-offs, there was one that was something like, if you wanted to end a friendship with somebody, to the most part it seemed like if you wanted to completely sever communications with somebody, you would write their name on a particular stairway at a particular school. The what? Now I've done it. I bet you think I'm some kind of lunatic. The 7 Mysteries of Honjo. Roll credits, I guess. Do you know anything about it? I figured everyone around here would have at least heard of it, but I guess not. She's getting anxious. Honjo is what the southern part of Sumida is called. A long time ago, this part of Tokyo was split into 2 separate cities. The north part was Mukojima, and the south part was Honjo. Huh. Am I boring you? Well, I'm not a local or anything, I just work around here. Oh, then no wonder you didn't know. Well, the 7 Mysteries of Honjo is a legend dating all the way back to the Edo period. Really? It's that old? That's over 200 years ago. Oh, I've got your attention after all. I just assumed it was one of those fake stories made up to chase the occult craze. I don't blame you. A lot of the popular stories going around are pretty fishy. But the 7 Mysteries of Honjo are different, because they're all true. They're true. That's what I said, they're the real deal. So hold on, what does that mean? The spoop is real. Are you telling me there's actually paranormal stuff at work in this park? Yep, pretty much. But there's got to be more to it. After all I've done, I still haven't found a thing. Stretch the wrists and arms a moment here. Have to rotate that camera a bit. One moment, please. Let's see, that is camera 8. Camera 8 must have gotten jostled a little bit, so we're going to adjust it. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. There we go. Put sky front center. That was the first time I met Yoko Fukunaga. Oh, wow. Paranormal phenomena, the supernatural, aliens, cryptids, lost civilizations, ESP, the list goes on. Such unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on a life of their own. A plesiosaur named Nessie living in Loch Ness, sightings of mythical creatures like the Tsuchinoko or Hibagon. The urban legend of the Kuchisaki Onna, something woman. Television reports of spoon-bending psychics, documentaries which feature mediums and spirit photography. These are only a few examples of stories that have captivated the public. There is no end to this obsession in sight, with magazines on paranormal phenomenon enjoying widespread publication. Most recently, rumors of the ancient ritual known as the Rite of Resurrection have been spreading in certain circles. An enduring superstition. Formerly known as Kinchibori, many fishermen once gathered on this section of the canal that ran through Honjo. As their days came to a close and the fishermen gathered up their catches, a terrifying voice would rise from the canal, whispering, "Leave it behind, leave it behind." Those who ignored the voice found themselves unable to move and their previously full baskets of fish emptied. They would then be dragged into the canal, never to return. The strange phenomenon continued to occur, and the people began to call this body of water the Whispering Canal. Honjo became known as a hotspot for strange happenings during the Edo period. A number of these stories have survived to this day. There's a lot of reading in this one. And become known as the Seven Mysteries of Honjo. While many of these were likely the result of people blaming things they didn't understand on spirits or monsters, the stories continue to be told as urban legends. Despite what the name would imply, there are actually more than 10 of these strange tales. Their roots likely come from the stories told by the city's common folk. The most famous of these stories is the Whispering Canal, which eventually became the basis for both an idiom and a well-known Rakugo story. Most famous of the Seven Mysteries: Whispering Canal, Fool's Procession, Beckoning Light, Haunting Clappers, Evergreen Beach, Taiko of Sugaru, The Foot-Washing Mansion, One-Sided Reed, The Ever-Burning Lantern. Okay, there's a picture for each one. So this is the Whispering Canal. I don't know if they're in order or what. I presume so. Fool's Procession, Beckoning Lights, Haunting Clap. Oh, no, they can't be in order. This has got to be the Foot-Washing Mansion. Yeah. Okay, so they're not. Neat. We exchanged contact information and we've talked on the phone a few times since. We've even met in person once or twice. But she never brought up the Seven Mysteries of Honjo again. I figured she'd gotten bored of it. Until today, when all of a sudden she decided to resume her search. Wait a second, where did Yoko go? According to Yoko, the Whispering Canal, one of the Seven Mysteries of Honjo, is around here somewhere. Apparently the story that the expression "left at the canal" originally comes from. I think I left myself a note about it. I should check my files. Okay, we already looked at it. Make sure there's nothing else new. She's over by some of the equipment. There she is. She's back to digging up holes in the sandbox and searching around the playground. What are you doing, Sammy? Beverage. She seems to be enjoying herself, talking to the animal figures and petting them on their heads. No animal needs that much petting. Gee, she's still at it. Right, she asked me to come here to help her look for one of the 7 mysteries. Actually, I think she did some research into the 7 mysteries of Honjo. I can't remember all too well, and I should check my files. Oh, geez. Okay, we got all of them. Story time. The Fool's Procession. An enduring tale regaling an encounter had by a daimyo at his residence at Honjo's Ushijima, now Komagata High School. When walking around his estate, he heard the sound of music, much like that of a kagura performance. He commanded his people to find the source, but no matter how much they searched, the music would fade when one neared the Warigasui Canal. The source of the sound was never located. This story is also known as the Procession of the Tanuki, as many were of the belief that it must have been these mischievous tricksters behind it all. And in the picture, you can see the dancing Tanuki. The Beckoning Light. While walking along the road near... Hey there, Levi. Welcome. A lot of this game so far is story time, so... I got startled once. So there's definitely going to be some jump scare attempts, if nothing else. The game is very suitably weird. But in any event, welcome. And how are you? While walking along the road near Hoanji at night, one might spot a hazy lantern light up ahead, despite there being no one around. Following it will cause it to go out suddenly when getting near, but just when one fears the darkness might swallow them up, another light will appear further ahead, as if guiding the one who sees it. Some say the flame is benevolent, leading people to their homes, while others believe it is a monster leading people astray. Some even believe it's the vengeful spirit of someone that died, luring the lost to the land of the dead. Got a vibe of Will-o'-the-Wisp. If I recall, the presumption is that that the phenomenon that actually refers to is essentially like swamp gas. A relatively classic thing, but something that if somebody were to follow would lead them out into marsh or swampy territory where they might get lost or have trouble getting back out. Haunting clappers. As the evening bell rings in Iraicho, near present-day Shumoku Bridge, a night watchman patrols the dark streets and announces his presence by shouting warnings about fires, all the while striking his wooden clappers. But tonight the sound of another set of clappers answers back. He curiously claps his clackers together, clack, clack. The echo answers again. But no matter how hard he searches for the source of this second pair of clappers, he never finds it. Some say it was the work of a mischievous tanuki or kitsune. Kitsune? I don't know if that's another one of those syllable combinations that has, like, in common usage, like you drop part of it. Like, you don't pronounce each of the syllables. Like, you don't go soon-nay. You might. But it might be soon. Or you just have the truncation there. There are a couple of syllables like that. Or combos like that. Others say it was a warning from the spirit of someone who lost their life in a terrible fire. The Evergreen Beach. Once upon a time in North Okurabashi, a beautiful beech tree stood in the garden of Lord Shinden's residence, now known as the former Yasuda Gardens. It was so impressive that the house became known to the people as the Beach Residence. Somehow, no one had ever seen a single leaf fall from the tree. As rumors spread of the eternally green tree, it became known as the Evergreen Beach. However, this particular species of tree was actually an evergreen, so the lack of fallen leaves was nothing out of the ordinary. This has led people to say that the strangest part of this legend is the fact that it even became a legend at all. Taiko of Suguru. Okay. There's the little drum tower there. There once was a daimyo from Hirosaki Domain in Suguru who built a residence in Midoricho on a large piece of land. On this estate was an almost 8-meter tall tower that served as a lookout for fires. Only a designated firefighter was allowed to use the large drum that resided atop the tower in the event of a fire. While most towers used wooden blocks to sound the fire alarm, for some reason this residence was permitted to use drums. The residence and its special privileges led to much speculation and gossip among the townsfolk. Less of a superstition and more of just a strange thing. Or at least the way it's described. There's less strange about the event and more like, why was this different? The Foot Washing Mansion. This is the story of something that occurred in the dead of night in a residence in Mikasacho, modern-day South Warigasui Street, in Kamizawa. A foul-smelling wind rattled the house. Suddenly, a giant foot, drenched in blood, smashed through the ceiling. "Wash," it commanded. After the servants carefully washed the foot, it returned from whence it came, fixing the roof it had broken. A man who had been visited by the foot every night asked a friend to trade houses with him. That night, the foot stopped appearing. Huh. The One-Sided Reed. There's once an infamous rogue by the name of Tomizo who fell for a woman named Okoma. Tomizo persistently chased after Okoma, attempting to win her heart over and over again, but she rejected his advances each time. Enraged by her indifference to him, Tomizo brought a dagger to a canal near Ryogoku Bridge and attacked Okoma. He cut the arm and leg off one side of her body, then threw them into the canal. Well, ever since then, the reeds growing along that canal have only ever sprouted leaves on one side. Oof. The Ever-Burning Lantern. On a bone-chilling winter's night, one may happen upon a soba cart along the canal known as South Warigasui. but there is something strange about this cart. No matter when one might visit, its owner is nowhere to be found. Yet the lantern that hangs from it stays perpetually lit, burning brightly even with no oil to fuel it. Should one attempt to put out the flame, it immediately roars back to life. However, there is also the tale of the never-burning lantern. Another telling of this story in which the Soba cart's lantern always remains dark, refusing to be lit. Interesting. So the first time it teaches us about looking around like this, she says, why don't you look around? And you look around like this, and once you've panned around enough times, instead of her standing slightly off away when you look back around, when you rotate back around, she pops up like right in front of the screen, looking at you from a little from below. Oh wait, she's coming back this way. Like this. Like, jumped right up in front of the screen like this. Hey, what was that just now? Huh? Didn't you hear that? I didn't hear a thing. I didn't hear anything. You sure you didn't just imagine it? Now, there is a sound effect. It's very faint, but there's wind. And I have to crank the volume way up for it to register onto the stream. So I will try to mention if there's a really faint sound if I hear it. Maybe I did. But your special talent. You should have been able to hear it. Pay closer attention for me, okay? My special talent? What are you talking about? I mean your spirit sense. You look like you can handle your liquor. Huh? I have no idea what drinking has to do with it, but I don't think so. Well, you must. I mean, you can see me, right? Oh dear. Huh? That is a one of those Sixth Sense style reveal moments. Got most of my memory back, but I still feel a bit out of it. Wait. You're kidding, right? About what? I mean, just now. Kind of sounded like you were saying that only people with spirit sense can see you. Of course that was a joke. Duh. You don't really think I was some kind of evil spirit, do you? But yeah. I meant what I said about your spirit sense being strong. I bet you could down a whole gimlet in one gulp. Seriously. That's the reason I asked you to help me with this 7 Mysteries of Honjo business. Let me just clarify something. Are you saying you can actually see paranormal stuff? Sure, I could handle a solid Moscow mule. It feels like there's a disconnect. Why are you measuring this in terms of cocktails? Not a believer, huh? Well, that's no matter. You have to have seen some weird stuff over the years, right? Weird stuff? Yeah, like things you could see but you could never understand. You can't be serious. It's gotten late. Really late, actually. It's already past 1 a.m. They were out here initially at midnight. There's a chill in the air, but I guess that's normal for this time of year. Or so I keep telling myself. Town. Okay, nothing new with that. I don't know how she's so comfortable talking about spirits and the paranormal at this time of night. Either she's got guts or she's just used to it. Unless, no, it can't be. Totally unrelated, but do you actually drink? Real alcohol, I mean? Oh, talk about whiplash. I didn't expect you to start making small talk. Well, our conversation was getting a bit dark. I figured a change of topic might lighten things up. Oh, I see. If you really want to know, I like to think I can handle a few drinks. But to tell you the truth, I've never actually had a Moscow Mule. Really now? I just thought it sounded cool. I would like to try it, though. Why don't we go for a drink sometime, then? Are you asking me out? No, you're just being a good Samaritan, right? A reference to when we first met her. You could say, she asked if you were a good Samaritan or if you were interested in something else. And you could say, no, I'm a good Samaritan, or definitely something else. That's not what I meant. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'd be up for that. But only if we find one of the 7 mysteries. Then let's get to work. Okay, check marks next to what you've talked to. About. I've seen ghost photos in magazines before, but are you telling me they really exist? You bet they do, but you can only recognize them if you really believe in them, so be careful. So even with my skill, I won't be able to see them if I doubt that they exist. That's right, the spirit world is all about the mind and the soul. You won't be able to see a thing unless you're properly in tune. But sometimes people get caught up in the moment thinking that they might see something, and then they really do because they believed they would. Is that how it works? Yep, just like drinking, you'll never know how much booze you can handle until you're ready to do some shots. I'm still not sure I get the drinking thing. You know, I realized how strange it was as the words left my mouth. I just remembered, I actually did some research on the 7 mysteries of Honjo at the library. You did? What did you find? Well, I discovered a few interesting things. Tell me everything. Although they're called the 7 mysteries, the literature lists 9 of them. Surprised you picked up on that. Nice researching. Some people think that there could be up to 15. That's the thing about these old folk tales. Stuff gets added to them over the years. That's more extra stories than main ones. Yeah, but the 7 mysteries rolls off the tongue way better than 9 or 15. If you say so. But it makes sense, don't you think? It's more likely to be passed on if it's easy to remember. That's a good point. And if you can believe that, there might be hope for you yet. You can't be serious. Okay, sometimes you have to ping it multiple times. What about the 7 mysteries of Honjo caught your attention? So I read some of the stories, and none of them were, well, scary. I thought they were supposed to be ghost stories. That's true. They're more like a collection of superstitions, really. But there are some pretty disturbing ones in the mix. Yeah, like the one that's supposed to take place here, the Whispering Canal. People who fished in this canal would hear a voice calling out to them, saying, "Leave it." They had to abandon their catch or the canal would take it. Right. Is that what you're expecting to find here in this park? Not quite. We're talking about a folk tale from hundreds of years ago. After centuries of the telephone game, who knows if it's anything like the original story? So basically, you think the true story of the Whispering Canal might be completely different from what we know. Exactly, I'm sure it is. I mean, weren't you curious? About what? People from around here have that expression left at the canal, right? Meaning to abandon someone. The story is where it comes from. Except the story being told today is about fish. There's nothing in it about leaving people behind. Oh, interesting. Now that you mention it, that's true. So you're saying the original story maybe did involve someone being abandoned. That's what I'm trying to find out. Ah, I gotcha. By the way, we were talking about the rite of resurrection. Your memory is as strong as your tolerance. I'm going to start calling you Martini Man Shogo. Really climbing up the drinks menu, huh? So you know about it, huh? The rite of resurrection? A magazine ran a feature on it recently that got practically everyone talking about it. I thought that's where I heard about it. Still, I don't know. It seems a little too far-fetched to be true. So, the rite of resurrection. It's the forbidden art of bringing the dead back to life, concocted by a famous onmyoji from an ancient age. Rumor has it that an old manuscript containing actual concrete details about the rite was recently discovered. This rumor comes from a presentation given by a local historian, Hideki Araishi, at an academic conference. Oh, hey, Sammy popped up there on the tree. You sure know a lot about this stuff. That's because I'm secretly a huge occult buff. I kinda got that. Oh. But if a researcher spoke about it at an academic conference, it must have some basis in fact. Exactly. That's why I believe the rite of resurrection is real. Stretching the arms out here. Now I'm starting to believe it too. Good, the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief. I got that from Professor Araishi himself. Maybe Araishi? As indicated by its name, this manuscript holds detailed instructions on how to perform the secret art of reviving the dead. This forbidden ritual is said to have been devised by a once famous onmyoji. Local researcher Hideki Araishi recently discovered the old manuscript and gave a presentation on it at an academic conference, sending ripples through the field of occult studies. Wait, hang on, I've got another question. You mentioned the rite of resurrection. Are you looking for that too? Does it have something to do with the 7 mysteries of Honjo? Oh, you're sharp. I could cut my finger on you. To tell the truth, it's actually the other way around. What do you mean? Well, I started off searching for the rite of resurrection, but along the way I realized that I needed to investigate the 7 mysteries of Honjo first. I see, so then... what's that got to do with the 7 mysteries? So about the connection between this rite and the 7 mysteries. Putting together everything we've talked about, my guess is that the original stories have behind the 7 mysteries, the true stories, are the key to finding the rite of resurrection. And that's why you were here, searching for one of them. Do you have that? Do I have that right? 10 out of 10. You're proving to be quite the capable assistant. Wait, since when was I your assistant? Anyway, this is all just hearsay, but some say that what led to the 7 mysteries coming to be was the rite of resurrection itself. Don't the stories come from the Edo period? I thought the rite of resurrection was supposed to be way older than that. Right, it seems that an Amyoji from the Edo period discovered the ancient art. That old manuscript I mentioned with all the details on how to use the rite, apparently it was written in the Edo period. Oh, right, I never told you its name. The manuscript is called The Record of Fates. What a name. And it speculates that the secret of the rite is hidden within the 7 mysteries of Honjo. So now, the 7 mysteries are the hot new trend. Among who? You know, this whole thing's starting to sound pretty questionable. Come on, remember what I said about the pursuit of the unknown? It starts with belief, right. The Record of Fates, an old manuscript from the Edo period written by the sorcerer who recovered the rites of resurrection. It is viewed as a priceless and authentic document due to its detailed account of how to perform the ritual. Why are you looking for the rite? If you're looking into a way to bring someone back from the dead, does that mean you've got someone you want to bring back? Well, you know, real-life responsibilities come before a stream. In any event, welcome, Jacob. Pause. You know what? Forget it. It just came to mind, so I thought I'd ask. I don't mean to pry, sorry. No, it's fine. I figured I'd need to tell you at some point. It's Ogopogo, her dog. Ogopogo? Yeah, I want to bring Ogopogo back to life. He died in an accident about a month ago. Ogopogo died. Oh, right, Ogopogo was my dog. Ogopogo. I had him for 8 years. Ah, okay, your dog. Gotcha. You spent a long time together. Losing him must have been really hard for you. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure if the rites even work on dogs. But as soon as I found... I don't think I could forgive myself if I just let the opportunity pass by. Definitely. Now I understand why you feel so strongly about it. Thanks for telling me. I know this must be hard to talk about. But you know what? All that led me to meeting you. So at least something good came out of it. Though that doesn't mean I'll stop looking, obviously. Yoko, I'll do everything I can to help you. I'm so glad to hear that. Let's keep up the hard work, then. Oh. What was that? Feels like the air just changed. Uh-oh. That's ominous. She's, looking right at us and pointing. So let's do the obvious. Nope. Are you okay? What's wrong? Stay with me. This can't be. Something's got Yoko really rattled. Shriek. Yoko. Feel eyes on my back. I can't move. Is there something behind me? No use. She's in no condition to talk. Something's got her really rattled. Yep. Yoko's pointing over there, but I don't see anything. Whoosh. I don't get this. What's going on? Did something happen? Yoko? Is that shadow over there? Oh. Well, she doesn't seem to be doing so hot. Huh? What the? What is it? Why is this happening? She got. Okay. Back with Shogo. Same time, same place. Yoko, answer me. Yoko? It can't be. Why? Well. Scream. What just happened? I've got bigger problems. Just hold on. Everything's going to be okay. She's not breathing. She's cold. I don't feel a pulse. This can't be happening. An ambulance, right. Gotta call an ambulance. Right, the phone. I gotta call an ambulance. Called it in. The ambulance shouldn't be long. But is it going to make a difference? Her body's gone stiff and her skin is cold. I don't think she's breathing. She looks more like a mannequin than a person now. I don't think there's any coming back from that. I don't get it. Just a few minutes ago, we were chatting away without a care in the world. Yoko. How did this happen? How could someone so bright and bubbly just suddenly drop dead? Huh? Oh, that's right. If that rite of resurrection she was talking about really does exist, there might be a way to bring her back. If someone can just drop dead out of nowhere like they were cursed, then why shouldn't there be a way to bring them back to life? Yoko believed in it, so if I believe in her, it seems completely possible. Transitive belief structures. Maybe, just maybe, I can still save her. Even if I've got to deal with spirit senses and curses and whatever, I've got to try. Wait for me, Yoko. I promise. I'll use the rite of resurrection to bring you back. Right before she died, I felt a strange presence a few times. It seems like she saw something that shook her to the bone. Definitely something strange going on, and maybe it's still here. What could she have seen? She mentioned that the rite of resurrection and the 7 mysteries were connected. Well, maybe whatever it was she saw, had something to do with that whispering canal. Oh. That presence again. Must be around here somewhere, but where? Something here. I know it. I just need to look harder. Although if some innocent poking around about the 7 mysteries was enough to get Yoko killed. But I already knew what that when I decided to get involved. The cold night air feels like it's pressing down on me. Just standing here makes me want to scream, but I've got bigger problems right now. I've called an ambulance already. It should be here soon. Of course, I don't know how it took me so long to realize. This has to be some weird prank she's playing. Any second now she's going to open her eyes, get up, and have a good laugh at how scared I was. That'd be a pretty good prank that she set up there. Like, elaborate doesn't even come close to describing it at that point. It's like, okay, I'm going to play a prank on one of my friends. I need a chemical that will render me clinically dead for a protracted period of time, enough to likely cause me brain damage. Do you have something like that? Right, Yoko? You can give it up now. Boy, did I fall for that one. You really got me good. Wait, no, I've got it. You really were some sort of spirit all along. There's no way you're really dead, right? I'm not even fooling myself anymore. There's no going back, only forward. Oh, there we go. Fallen object. There's something on the ground. Did Yoko drop this? I mean, I don't know for sure, but something being slowly circled by crawling black miasma really screams, don't touch it. So inevitably he's going to reach out and touch it, right? Yep, he touched it. You want to get cursed? Because that's how you're going to get cursed. Didn't notice it till now, but there's a small wooden sculpture by her side. It's 3 or 4 centimeters tall. Ooh, that's tiny. Looks like it could be a keychain, but from how rotted it is, it's way too old for that. Despite how tiny it is, I feel an almost palpable malice radiating from it. What is this thing? Cursed stone acquired, the Whispering Canal. Yep. Oh, well, hello there. She's on the game title screen. What the? Help me. Leave me. It hurts. Drop dead. And why? Such deep sorrow, a resentful memory is flowing into my mind. Turn their backs, they walk away, leave me behind, drop dead. Kill them. Those who walk away. Kill them all. You've acquired the power of the Curse Stone, the Whispering Canal. You can use it to kill those who walk away from you. Neat trick. And also very specific. Press Use Curse button to kill your target as they attempt to depart. A murderous impulse seeps into my soul like thick black tar. Now, kill. Can you hear it, Curse Bearer? You who so strongly desire the right. Kill them. Should you seek life's restoration, take your curse in hand, rape lives by the score, and claim their soul dregs for your own. Collect enough to sate this vessel, and by their sacrifice claim the gift of resurrection. Or better yet, slay your fellow curse bearers, for theirs are the equal of droves of lesser souls. Now go forth and kill. Okay. Okay, the mysteries have additional information. Cursed power of the Whispering Canal. Kills by drowning one who leaves the curse bearer behind. Okay, that explains why, like, her pallid complexion and the, it looked like drool, but maybe it's like water. A resentful memory. Toki loved fishing with her father, Jinkichi, more than anything. With their wicker baskets on their backs, they would leave for the canal every morning and fish till the evening. The miso soup her mother Koma made using the carp they caught was to die for. Her parents loved her dearly. One day, however, her father disappeared. Toki's mother went to look for him and never came back either. Those who came to express their concern eventually stopped visiting her out of fear. Toki continued to wait, all alone. Mother, father, where did you go? Don't leave me behind. Unable to bear the loneliness, she left her home and trudged along the roads until night fell. Neither her mother nor father were anywhere to be found. Tears stung her eyes. Suddenly, the sound of fish splashing in the water cut through the silence. She found herself standing before the canal where they used to fish together. Situating my chair here. The taste of carp and the memory of her father's smiles flashed across her mind. Without thinking, Toki walked into the moat. The sound of water splashing echoed throughout the night air. Passerby thought of it only as the fish in the canal. The splashing faded, and the silence returned to the lonely night. Oof. Curse echoes and curse bearers. Curse echoes are the visual manifestations of curses. These manifestations are fundamentally related to the origin of the curse. They do not always take the same shape, and they may sometimes appear in a more abstract or disfigured form. They lack consciousness, unlike a spirit, and are thus the mere dregs of a soul. Curses are made tangible by what are known as soul dregs. Someone possessed by a curse that has a curse echo is called a curse bearer. A curse echo is in itself a curse, and a possessed curse bearer can inflict that curse upon others at will. A curse that comes with a curse echo is considered very powerful in and of itself. Ordinarily, those with no curse sense would not be able to perceive a curse echo, but someone who has become a curse bearer can see other curse echoes. Old Netsuke carvings imbued with curses derived from the 7 mysteries of Honjo. Ordinarily, only those with spirit sense can wield such curses, but these curse stones allow ordinary people to use them just as lethally. When someone dies, their life essence leaves the body and becomes a soul. If one is killed by means of certain curses, however, their life essence will turn into a residue known as soul dregs. The rite of resurrection essentially uses these soul dregs as a sacrificial offering to bring back the dead. But the amount of soul dregs required on which to depends on when the person being resurrected passed away. The more time has passed since their passing, the more soul dregs are required. Okay? What was that? It was like the curse's memories flowed directly into my mind. In an instant, I understood everything. When I picked up this curse stone, the Whispering Canal must have cursed me. I also heard a strange voice. It told me that if I want the right, I'd have to kill... I have to kill a bunch of people with this curse stone and collect their souls. I guess it's good to know that the right really exists, but this thing wants me to kill people to get it? Screw that. Putting my own life on the line is one thing. Murdering other people is another thing entirely. Not just one person either. Scores, it said. So this is the curse of the Whispering Canal, huh? A curse that traps the soul of anyone who tries to walk away from me. But if I use it and collect enough souls, then I'll be able to bring Yoko back. And if I collect even more, then maybe I'll win that bicycle. But more likely just some adhesive medical strips. There was something about other curse bearers being worth more soul dregs. Jeez. I'm really at a loss here. Okay, there's even like a death game aspect to this. Feels like I'm being watched. Is someone there? Where are you? Huh? What is that? Looks like a light floating in midair. Look closer. Is there someone there? They must be ignoring me on purpose. Maybe they're waiting to see what I do. Hey, who's there? Oh my, how unexpected. It was your curse that killed that poor woman, I take it? Huh? Cat got your tongue, Mr. OK? Huh? So he knows our name. A tall, humorless-looking man. He doesn't look familiar to me. He's acting like he knows me, though. Have we met somewhere before? Who are you? And how do you know my name? You mean to say you don't recognize me? This comes as a bit of a shock, I must say. Look a little harder, and I dare say it'll jog your memory. What's going on with this guy? Doesn't look familiar. He's acting like he knows me, though, and we met somewhere before. What's with this guy? Who is he? He looks like he looks to be in his 30s or 40s. He's all dressed up in a suit and tie, but somehow he looks real shady. What's he doing here? Was he watching us all this time? Something tells me curses are nothing new to him. If he's one of the other curse bearers, then I need to be careful. He might be here to kill me and take my curse stone. By the same token, killing him will net me a lot of soul dregs. Alright, real quickly, we're going to step away. I'll be right back. Give me an opportunity to get up and move around. Be back in a moment, folks. Getting resituated, folks. Alrighty. It's one of the other curse bearers, then I need to be careful, okay? Oh, that thing's getting closer. It's coming closer. This is another one of the 7 mysteries? Looks like a will-o-wisp, maybe. Was there anything like that in the 7 mysteries? I think so. Yeah, either leads you to good or bad. It's creeping me out, but it's staying put for now. Should probably leave it be. Still don't have a clue who you are. How do you know me? Have we met? Dear me, it's always humbling to find that one is not as well known as one believes. Perhaps my name will help you remember. I am Takumi Yumioka. Takumi Yumioka. Does that ring any bells? I mean, your name is in red, so I have concerns, but otherwise... Nope. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Maybe. So you do not even know my name. Oh, disappointing. Disappointing, but fortuitous. Ooh. Mysterious stranger, Takumi Yumioka. Hey, Sherbet. Hey, buddy. Hello, buddy. Sometimes he uses the headrest of my chair as transit to get past Ember. Since if Ember's sleeping right here. Come on, Camera One. You can do it. If Ember's napping here, sometimes she gets upset if Sherbet tries to step across her to get to the stairs there. Because he wants to jump up there with Sky a lot of times. Person of interest. Man who is covertly watching Shogo at the park. Well then, Mr. OK. Okay. Yeah. Allow me to make you a proposition. You have a curse stone in your possession. I would like you to give it to me. How do you know? Why, I saw the whole thing. That doesn't explain how you know what a curse stone is. Even I barely have a handle on it. You know about the 7 mysteries of Honjo and their curses and all that, don't you? But of course, those curse stones... They are terribly dangerous things, capable of killing without a trace so long as their conditions are met. I hadn't thought of it that way, but yeah. The sort of, like, ritual killing urban legend I've encountered a couple of times in, like, media. They're akin to the, like, summoning a boogeyman kind of thing, like, you know, your Bloody Marys and the like. Where doing something will, like, well, like I mentioned, the whole, like, hey, write your name on like a post-it or on, like directly onto the stairway, write a name, and that person will cease to be your friend, or similar stuff. One of the early Persona games, back before they, like, prior to Persona 3, they did not have the relationship sim element. In Persona 2, can't remember if it's Original Sin or Eternal Punishment. There were two halves of that game, like two parallel worlds. But in one of them, there was the Joker urban myth that if you dialed a particular number and said a name, that person would be killed. So it's that kind of thing, is if you do precisely this thing, then someone will die. And thought of it that way, but yeah. Imagine what might happen if one fell into the wrong hands. Imagine what terrible things could happen if something fell into the wrong hands. You should put it in my hands, because my hands are definitely not the wrong ones. You can trust me. I'm not shady at all, and my name is not in red. It would be safer in mine, don't you agree? Although it seems I arrived too late to stop you from killing that poor woman. What are you? That wasn't me. I'm willing to overlook your indiscretion, but only if you give me your curse stone. No way in hell. For all I know, the wrong hands are yours. Okay, yeah, at least he's aware. Very well. I had hoped to settle this amicably, but you leave me no choice. This Takumi guy must have a curse stone of his own. At least it'd be safer to assume so. It would explain how he knows so much. So he can kill me instantly as long as he fulfills his stone's conditions. Until I know what those conditions are, I can't make any sudden moves. I have to keep him talking, learn what I can, and figure out a way to get my curse out first. If I had to guess, his curse is the, beckoning light. So if you follow it, it'll suddenly go out, and then will appear again. With it being one of two concepts, is either you're being led astray or being led home. Some even believe it's a vengeful spirit that of someone that died, luring lost people to the land of the dead. So if you follow that light, it'll kill you, I guess. How can I get him to leave me behind? It'd be a waste not to take this chance to find out about the other curse bearers. Still there. I need a topic that'll keep him talking. My best bet would be... I don't want to tell him about my curse stone, because that might reveal part of the condition which he would then avoid. Tell me about yourself. Before I give you my curse stone, I want to know who you are. I need to know if I can trust you. A reasonable enough concern. Very well. I am an associate of the great sorcerer Suigen Gamyodo, or Suigen Gamyodo. Suigen Gamyodo? Indeed. You must have heard of him? I believe he was recently featured in a certain magazine. Your unfortunate companion there came seeking his counsel not a few days ago. It was from her that I learned your name. I thought she would have mentioned me to you, but it seems that was presumptuous of me. And when did this happen? Why, just 2 or 3 days ago. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not buying that. He knows I don't know who he is, so he's just trying to feed me a story. I've only known Yoko for a month, but she never mentioned going to see some mystic. Although it is Yoko we're talking about, so it's hard to say for sure. Hope that is enough to convince you that my hands are more than How do I know it wasn't you who killed Yoko with your curse? Mr. OK, if you're hoping to trick me into revealing whether I possess a curse stone, I assure you, you cannot. It is your curse that was responsible, no matter what you might tell yourself. That doesn't make sense. I only found this after Yoko died. Oh? Don't play dumb. I know you're the one who did this. Whether you choose to believe me is your prerogative, but you are mistaken. But you should know that multiple curses awakened at once at the stroke of midnight. There are many other curses in Honjo and many other curse bearers. Hey, Sammy. Hey, baby. Come here. Okay. Says, no, you moved a little. She is very touchy. If she's looking at getting onto my lap, if I shuffle even a little bit, like reposition myself to make it so that it'll be easier for me to hold her, to let her sit there, then she might back away. Is it not premature of you to assume that I am the one responsible? Wait, so you're saying that at midnight, a bunch of people became curse bearers? No point in continuing this conversation. For all I know, he could be telling me anything. For each of the 7 mysteries, there's a curse and a curse bearer, right? You know who any of the others are? What would you do with that information? Your intentions are nothing untoward, I hope. It is in the hearts of the selfish and insipid, of those who would be most tempted by the rite of resurrection, that the curses take root. And a curse's resentful memories impart a powerful urge to kill, as I am certain you are aware. You are a victim of circumstances, Mr. OK, but your situation is exceedingly dangerous. You must relinquish your curse stone for your own benefit before it is too late. Too late? It's already too late. There's no going back. All I can do is keep pressing forward. And if you're going to stand in my way, then I'll have to stop you. Am I to take that as a threat, Mr. OK? I would encourage you to exercise more discretion before you fall foul of a curse. I want to use my curse on him. I have to get him to walk away and leave me behind. I would convince him to do that. Scenario 1, he does what he came here to do. Scenario 2, he suddenly needs to be somewhere else. He's probably here for my curse stone, so I don't think I'd get out of a Scenario 1 alive. Scenario 2 means hoping something will happen by chance, and luck is rarely on my side. So my only hope is Scenario 3. Something makes it impossible for him to stay. I don't have to keep him away forever, I just need to get him to walk away once. Maybe if we ask him about the light, let's save. What's up with that weird ball of light? Is that your curse? Whatever do you mean? I'm afraid I see no such thing. Huh? But it's right. It's gone. It was right there. Seems you have become the mark of another curse bearer. Why are you so convinced it was my curse that killed Yoko? Why, it is simply that... Huh? I do believe I just saw your companion move. She what? Yoko? And she doesn't look any different. Smack. You dead. Oh, what was that over there? My, you seem to have arrived at a less than favorable result. This is mere conjecture on my part, but perhaps you ought to be more careful about turning your back on unscrupulous individuals. Fear not, you may make as many attempts as you please before your unfortunate mishap. Very well, just remember, whatever you do, do not turn around. What do you want with my curse stone anyway? I intend to seal it away in a secure location so it may never be used again. I'm certain that you too would rather be free of its burden. The power to kill without fear of consequence is, in itself, a curse. There are many ne'er-do-wells in this world who would not resist the urge to use it. All the more so if promised the chance to resurrect the dead. You'll seal it away? How? Oh, put it in the care of a sorcerer who is well versed in supernatural matters. If I have gained your trust, I must ask you to hand me your curse stone. Takumi Yumioka was, he said his name was. He hasn't taken his eyes off me for a second. Even now, he's still staring right at me. Who is he? Maybe if I focus, I can recall something useful. Think. Recall. How does he know me? It's not like I've been getting out much. I rarely have a life outside of work. Wait, that's it. My work, that's how he knows me. Beverage. Hey, Sherbet. Yeah. Never actually met him, so it totally slipped my mind. Takumi is the secretary to the chairwoman of Haihaku Soaps, a chemical company headquartered in Sumida City. Takumi worships the company chairwoman, Natsui Yamamori, and demonstrates his unwavering loyalty through his swift and exact execution of every task given to him, just as Natsui Yamamori continues to exert tremendous influence over the company since her retirement from the presidency. So too does Takumi continue to support her behind the scenes. Acting as Natsui's mouthpiece in this capacity has earned him the ire of the current president in the board of directors. Takumi knows the names and faces of not only all employees at the head office, but also the temporary workers in their factories and warehouses, and even their main suppliers. Suijin Capioto, my ass. This guy thinks he can sell me anything. I don't know if having figured that out helps me much right now. I know who you are. You work at Haihaku Soaps just like me. You're the chairwoman's secretary. Well, that took you long enough. Your lack of company loyalty is frankly astounding. Allow me to reiterate my request, then. Not as a stranger, but as your superior. We're not at the office. You don't get to push me around like that. I don't work here, lady. Yep. There we go. Why is our chairwoman's secretary even out looking for curse stones, anyway? I refrained from revealing myself precisely to avoid such questions, but I suppose needs must. Since the dawn of the Showa era, The hand of Honjo has nurtured our company's growth, and vice versa. It is our duty to ensure that curses do not take root in this land we know as our home. Not sure I buy that. Like many things, it is not a matter that concerns the rank and file. The chairwoman has no desire to spread fear through our beloved company's birthplace. Now, if that is all, I must insist that you hand me your curse stone. Wait, I've got it. I know how I can convince him to leave. I totally forgot. What is it? I called an ambulance. Forgot to mention, I called an ambulance. It should be coming any minute now. An ambulance? Have you lost your mind? They will arrive to find you standing next to a corpse, alone in the dead of night. No doubt they will hand you over to the police, who will have some questions for you. Probably, but I'm sticking with Yoko. Unless you want to join me in an interrogation room, you'd better get out of here. You're telling the truth, I see. They're getting closer by the second. I cannot afford to be waylaid at this juncture. I must take my leave. Gurk? Hey there, Dystopia. Welcome. Just in time for me to kill a man. You dare. Supposedly this one, if they try to leave me, then I can cause them to die by drowning. Yep. That's what killed Yoko, too. We are playing Paranormasight, the Seven Mysteries of Honjo. And the mechanic that seems to have arisen is that each of the mysteries, the major ones, have curses associated with them. And as of midnight this night, we became the bearer of the Curse of the Whispering Canal, which seems to be that it's the spirit of a little girl whose parents left and never came back under whatever circumstances. The father left and didn't come back, and then the mother left to look for him and didn't come back. And then the little girl left and walked into the river where her father and her used to fish and drowned. So we now bear her curse, which is if somebody tries to leave, she can drown them. Drown. As happened to this guy, and seemingly had happened to his friend, the current main character's friend. He dead. He's really dead. So this is what a curse stone can do. Oh. The curse stone of the Whispering Canal has gained 1% soul dregs. Is there a leveling mechanic? That'd be neat. Gotta go grind up some levels on my magic murder rock. I left the park immediately. I felt bad for leaving Yoko, but I couldn't stay there. The emergency medical services will probably take care of her body. Takumi's too. This will be all over the news tomorrow. But until then, at least I know she'll be in a safe place. Yeah, the morgue. All right. I have to find my next sacrifice quickly. No time to waste. I need to find the other curse bearers and collect their souls. Killing Takumi barely got me any soul dregs. Guess he mustn't have been a curse bearer after all. It's not enough. The soul of a non-curse bearer amounts to little more than leftover breadcrumbs. I have to think of places where the other curse bearers of the Seven Mysteries would be. The curses were activated at around midnight. The others are bound to be active still. I should check to see if there are any other places with connections to the mysteries nearby. At the very least, another curse bearer might be thinking the same thing as me, meaning I could run into them. Which of the 7 mysteries are closest? I'm in the Kinchicho area right now. The haunting clappers are on the other side of the Oyoko River, just over Shimoko Bridge. The foot-washing mansion and the ever-burning lantern are around the south Warigasui Street. Past the train tracks. And further along the Oyoko River, I'll find the beckoning light at Hoanji Bridge. Those 3 places are the closest. I guess I should start there. I'll collect the other curse bearers' souls before dawn and bring Yoko back to life. Should go to another location connected to the 7 mysteries. Okay. Just gonna... Yep. Let me... There we go. Plonk down a save just to be sure. For Stone of the Whispering Canal, it's currently 1% filled. Start with this, and then we'll go north, you know? Shimoku Bridge area. Shimoko Bridge is supposedly where the bell from the Haunting Clappers story used to be. I wandered around here for a while, but I didn't see anything interesting. The only thing I found was what looks like a 100 yen lighter someone threw away. I don't know if curses are vulnerable to fire, but maybe I'll find a use for it. Well, the clappers are... There's a person in a white coat and hat in the save icon there. Cheap lighter. No liquid left. The clappers and the drum seem to be related to, like, watching for fire. Both the foot-washing mansion and the ever-burning lantern are from this area. This late at night, even a road as big as this one is silent as the grave. Is it just me, or is it oddly dark around here? Could this be? Okay, so there is a noodle cart that either has a lantern that will not light, or will never go up, or will never go out. Well, it's past midnight, but it seems oddly dark around here. And this feeling, it's the same as from before. Oh, there we go. Something's over there. Is that a curse echo? A curse of the 7 mysteries given form? Knew it, there's a curse bearer around here. Approaching it would be stupid. I should keep my distance. Doesn't seem hostile. Is it trying to tell me to come closer? What should I do? What's going to happen if I just sit here and wait? headless samurai. Now what? Isn't a curse doing this? Somebody's pulling me in. That hurt. It looks like I'm inside a building. Did it toss me in here? Can't see squat. Is this the same darkness from the curse echo? Still have the lighter I picked up. Perfect. It works. Now I can make out my surroundings a bit better. What the? Something. Drat, he's got a light. That ruins everything. Someone there? Are you a curse bearer? Time to get out of here. Boop. What the? Why? Thump. It was a close one. I didn't catch a glimpse of the curse bearer, but it seems like I'm all right. Yep. So by having having the lighter meant that I was able to light up the dark. I have to think that this was the light. So there's the light that won't go out, or the light that won't the light that will refuse to be lit. So I'm guessing it's like an intense brightness or an intense dark. And since the guy tried to run for it when we had a light to be able to see by, we were able to invoke our curse, which kills them if they try to leave us. This curse must have had something to do with the light and darkness. My guess would be the ever-burning lantern. So there's a connection between the 7 mysteries and the way their curses work. That might be useful to know. We still have that menu option that we can't touch. The ever-burning lantern is the curse responsible for this. I guess maybe its condition is something about me being in total darkness. I think I had this lighter. It seems to have saved me. Honjo Bridge. All right, there's the guy in the save file clip. Here at the bridge, the location linked with the beckoning light. Beckoning light should be around here somewhere. The other side is an industrial district. Further down from the bridge is the temple from which it gets its name. Someone is standing on the bridge, silhouetting themselves against the sky. Wait. Fine, I'll go first. Oh. I see. Interesting. Well, now, this is a surprise. Huh? Who are you? If you've got the wrong guy, just say so. He's a flamboyant fellow. I wouldn't bat an eyelid if this were the inner city, but he stands out like a sore thumb in these parts. Controls. This curse is a quick press for use curse, I guess. Alright, let's start poking here. Come now, it won't hurt to at least tell me your name. What are you doing here? Very good. You shouldn't give up your name so easily, especially not to strangers. Gone is the age when might made right. Nowadays, it's information that rules the world. You do well to remember that. You're the one who asked. Your name, your address, your phone number, your age, your occupation, your personal information is much more valuable than you might think. You should treat those things with care. Just the chair a little bit. So I guess you don't plan on telling me anything either, then. You can call me Richter Kai, private detective. But didn't you just say not to... Never mind. Oh, he's posing. It's always excellent when we encounter somebody who poses unnecessarily. You say you're a detective. That's correct. I'm a man who deals in secrets. Don't expect me to share any more information with you, though. I only told you so that we could have an understanding. And the eccentric man that Shogo ran into at Honjo Bridge. What's a detective doing around here? Working, and that's all I'll say about that. I could ask you the same thing, though. Seems like a strange place to stop. What brought you here? I saw a strange man lurking around. I see, then let me ask a different question. Why did you go out of your way to strike up a conversation with that strange man? I'm looking for someone. Figured it was worth seeing if you knew anything. You don't say. In that case, I just might be able to help you. Can you describe the person you're looking for? Don't worry about it. I think I'm in the wrong place anyway. If you ever need a hand, I'd be happy to help. It's all in a day's work for an investigator extraordinaire. Thanks. I'll try looking somewhere else for now. Really? Well, I'm sorry I couldn't be of any more help. Honjo Bridge has a pretty unusual structure. The ends are stone, but the middle is steel. The Oyoko River beneath it is actually a canal that was dug during the Edo period. Hardly anyone's around, not surprising seeing as it's past 2 in the morning. I feel like the whole world's gone to sleep. Seem like I'll make any more progress investigating the clappers. So the foot washing mansion is supposed to be here too. Ever Burning Lantern's curse used to be here. Now it's gone. Saved by a tiny, cheap lighter. Something else you need? No, I'm just passing by. Okay, so we must be able to do something here. Doesn't seem like he has anything to do with the curse bears. I should move on. If he's been here for as long as he says, there's a good chance he's seen something. But I don't think it's worth asking. He seems like all kinds of trouble. I think we have to ask, though. I meant to ask. Do you have a light on you? A light? You mean for cigarettes? I've got this cheap one I picked up, but that's it. Oh, this'll do nicely. Are you sure? I don't want to give away my lighter. What if I need to burn something? Should get back to work. Once you're gone, of course. Is there a reason I can't be here? Of course, my work is top secret. Thing doesn't seem to be worth asking. Had to look around the area. I should head somewhere else now. Midoricho Park. The end of South Warigasui Street is the taiko of Suguru. So the drum on a tower. North of there is a school called Komagata High School at the location of the Fool's Procession. I don't know how necessary saving is. I mean, we might get a do-over anytime we get killed. We'll see. We got some peoples. This is Midoricho Park, location of the taiko of Suguru, one of the 7 mysteries. Someone's there. 2 men, one middle-aged and the other a young adult, talking to each other. There's a good chance that one of them could be a curse bearer. Try to scope things out without being spotted. To pick up their conversation from this distance, I'll have to focus in and watch them for a while, I think. It looks like I'll be spotted. I'll quickly hide behind a tree to move out of line of sight. They were supposed to be around here, but I don't see anyone, boss. No need to get ahead of ourselves. I bet we can see something before the night is done. Maybe you're right, but still, the 7 mysteries. Never mind, just my imagination. Sneaking! Does the curse really let you kill someone with an object like that? Something's bugging me. I'm going to have to check back there. I guess this place is just keeping me on edge. Aha, sorry, sir. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions? They do that. They set you up for jump scares. They found me. Ah, you two are police officers. People often say we don't look it. Sorry if we startled you. I'm sure there's no problem, but we'll have to ask you some questions as procedure. I'm Jun Rio. I'm from the Metropolitan Police Department, Investigative Division. Newbie detective. This old guy with the scowling mug is Chief Inspector Tetsuo Tsutsumi, my superior officer. Duckface. You can guess from that frown, but he actually has quite the sweet tooth. Rio, quit blabbering. Veteran detective. A gruff police detective that Shoko met at the Midoricho Park. The fresh-faced police detective that Shogo met at the park. Oh, they're detectives. They're not investigating the corpse that was here, are they? No, I'm still fine anyway. It's not like a curse could show up as evidence in a police investigation. I hardly believe how calm I am. I just need to keep a cool head and not panic. Now first, can you show me some ID with your name, address, and occupation? I'll be okay. I'm better off just going along with it. You work at Haihaku Soaps? I hear they've been raking it in lately. That true? I don't know much about that. I'm just a recent hire. People are loving that new hair product you have. I use it all the time myself. Thank you for your patronage. Irio, you use hair products? Get with the times, boss. Guys nowadays all use these things. Isn't that right, Mr. OK? Yeah, sure. We even make men's cosmetics now. That's so. What a time we live in. Sorry, boss is the kind of caveman who thinks using only a bar of soap for all his washing makes him cool or something. I don't think like that. I just don't care enough to use anything else. Actually, we do have all-in-one soaps for just that purpose. There are plenty of people like you. Hear that, Ario? That's what I'm talking about. You should put out more of those. Aren't you riled up? Or aren't you riled up? To figure out whether or not they're curse bearers first. With two of them, the bearer could be either one. The other already be aware that their friend has a curse stone. I feel like they said something about a curse while they were talking just now. Talking about a curse here of all places, then it's highly likely that they have something to do with a curse bearer. The way I'm going to do it, I have to get them both. Leaving one alive would be too risky. I still don't know if I can use the curse on two people at once if they both leave at the same time. And we're getting a double cat dystopia. Actually, let's spend a moment. Let's check all of them. Sherbet's napping, Ember's napping. You can see Mason is snoozing at the on the bottom cat tree there, right at the top. I have to see if I can back that one off further and get a taller shot, you know? I'll leave the questions up to him. I got nothing to ask. Anyway, what is it that you're doing here? Actually, I'm searching for the 7 mysteries. Have you heard of the 7 mysteries of Honjo, detective? Yeah, I've heard of them. We were just talking about them a minute ago. The girl I know is into them. That's how I got interested. See, I seem to remember that even Midoricho Park had one of the mysteries associated with it. What was it again? was the Taiko. Yeah. Checking the others to be sure. Okay, it's the Taiko. That's right, the Taiko. This whole area used to be the residence of the Sugaru, a clan of samurai. That's why you were hanging around in the middle of the night. Discover anything interesting? No, nothing. Though I admit I haven't been looking into these things too hard. I think I understand your situation. Thank you for your answers. Now it's quite late, so you'd best be heading home. Something wrong? You're free to go. Excuse me. Since you detectives are around, does that mean something happened around here? Well, we are investigators, so it is indeed related to a case. But don't worry, there's no threat to civilians whatsoever. We'll be here a while longer looking into things, but you can rest easy. A while longer, huh? That's not good. This may be my only chance. I'll be going now. Alright, we'll try the high school. What was that? Oh, people... Files. Histories. Fool's Procession. The music and lights in the distance, and they vanish when you get too close to them. So this, I'm guessing, is going to be like auditory. Let's see here. Someone's there. Huh? Oh, what the? Ouch. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I'm fine, but did you just climb over the gate? What's going on? Why are you at school this late? Oh, well, really sorry. I'm in a big hurry right now, so I gotta go. Save. Random murder. Huh? A curse? It can't be. Mio, I'm sorry. Well, I think she dead. Yeah, it wasn't much. I killed her. Nice, she was a curse bearer. So this is working. I just have to keep it up. How many more do I need? 1, 2? A lot more than that. On to the next one. One-sided reed by the bridge. Evergreen Beach, the former Yasuda Gardens. Finally, Sumida River. save in case we have... Okay, we have... The bandit killed a woman by chopping off, like, the arm and leg on one side of her body. And the reeds only grew with leaves on one side after that. Which ones are they? People, files. It was the evergreen and the one-sided reed. Okay. Okay. The beech tree has no known reason as to why it's a legend. Because while the locals considered that odd that it never shed its leaves, it was an evergreen tree. So the odd thing is that the urban legend stuck, despite that being a known thing. Let's check the gardens then. The former Yasuda Gardens. There was some kind of incident here recently, so the entrance was closed off. It was easy enough to sneak in, since there were no guards at this time of night. However, feels weird being in these magnificent gardens after hours. There's not a visitor or groundskeeper in sight. The Ryogoku Public Hall is also on the grounds. Its eye-catching structure makes this place feel even more otherworldly. Lush green park administered by Sumida City. As is common in traditional Japanese gardens, its large central pond is shaped like the character for heart. The paths that crisscross its ground, lined with stone lanterns, are perfect for strolling while appreciating the foliage or bird watching. The gardens once pulled in water from the Sumida River so that its pond would ebb and flow with the tide, a novelty in Edo, which it had begun filling in the bay to support its expansion. But the practice has been discontinued in modern times due to flood prevention measures. That's the update that we just got. Oh, hi there. Have you decided what you're going to do with your oh so precious curse stone? Yeah. As soon as I snuck into the gardens, a woman inside called out from behind me. Been waiting for you. I have a curse stone. Her sudden proclamation had me at a loss for words, so the woman continued. I have you in a position where I can use my curse on you whenever I please. If you hand over your curse stone, I will at least spare your life. That moment, all I could squeeze out in reply was, let me think about it. Which brings us to now. Alright. Did I expose myself somehow? She said she can use her curse on me any time. Guess I've already fulfilled its conditions. It could be a bluff, but since she seems to have information on me, it's probably true. I can't hand over my curse stone. I need to figure out how her curse is activated and find a way out of here. For now, maybe I can get some information by talking about something that catches to catch her interest. Don't tell me you still haven't made up your mind. Such an indecisive man. Wait, I might hand over my curse stone depending on certain things. Will you hear me out for a moment? Sure, go on. If you take my curse stone, what are you going to do with it? With your curse stone? It's brimming with soul dregs, isn't it? It's already killed so many, no? How does she know so much? I'd like to avoid such crude methods myself. 7. You want soul dregs. Does that mean you're after the right of resurrection too? Or that means you're... Not that I'm trying to compare our circumstances, but can I ask what led you to this? Oh my. You mean that if my situation is more dire than yours, you'd give your curse stone to me? I'd consider it, so tell me. Liar. Huh? You wouldn't hang your fate on something as superficial as that. Nor would I. It's countdown. Condition have I fulfilled since the moment I stepped foot in here? Something that I'm still doing even now. What could it be? Something I have on me? If I suddenly stripped naked on the spot, I just might be able to avoid her curse. It would take too long. She'd probably kill me before I got my shirt off. Plus, I'd look like a creep. The other possibility is that the condition has to do with the location we're in. If being here is what activates the curse of the Evergreen Beach, then I'll continue to meet that condition as long as I'm here. In which case, there's no escape. She'd activate her curse before I ever got away from the gardens. Sure, I'd recognize it after setting it off, but it's not like I'd get to do things over. Woman in her 30s. She has a refined air about her, like she was brought up in a family of high social standing. But I also sense a shadow hanging over her. Wonder if it has to do with this place. Can you take soul dregs from other curse bearers' stones and add them to your own? Who knows? But you have to admit, it's worth trying. So basically, you want soul dregs, but you steal the ones others have gathered because you don't want to get your own hands dirty. You're half right, but half wrong, too. I don't mind getting my hands dirty. I just want to end this with as little trouble as possible. Understand? 5. How do you know you haven't already set off my curse? Go on, then. Use it. If I had, you could have activated it without all that bluster. And yet, here you are. Does she already know about it? Or about that student from before? She already knows what would activate it. She wouldn't hide it. Because if you know what activates my curse, there's no way you would set it off yourself. So she must not know yet. I still have a chance. Listen. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. About what? Talking like this instead of killing you immediately. It's just a whim of mine. What I mean to say is that you were never in a position to bargain. 4. So if I can't figure out her curse, I'll have to set off my own. I don't see how I could make her leave, though, not while she has the upper hand. All I can think of is to make her use her curse. There's no way I could counterattack after she curses me. Let's try this. You actually can't kill me, can you? And that strange countdown from before, too. It's all just a bluff. I don't give in to threats, so why don't you give this up? And if that's the case, give it a try then. Only 4 more now. Let me tell you the number. 3. This conversation is over. 2. My son. He'd be in 6th grade now. If he were still alive. When I'm one of the big kids, I'll help look for the 1st and 2nd graders, he'd say. Look after? He always had a strong sense of justice and responsibility. He wouldn't stand by when he saw other kids being bullied. He'd defend them, even if he was no match for the bully himself. He'd often come home in tears, but only because he was sad that he wasn't strong enough to save the others. He wanted to be a policeman when he grew up. Okay, I get it. I've heard enough. That's enough for you? Yeah. Hearing such a sad story just makes me all the more sorry that I haven't changed my mind. I see. So even after what I told you... 1. Okay. You still won't hand it over. 0. Such a shame. What? This is the end for you. Farewell. Fire. So hot it burns. Of course, that's what it is. That guy, he must have been following me. But it's already too late. My. You seem to have arrived at a less than favorable result. Yep, this is the bad end basis there. It's not all in vain, however, as you finally realized how the curse is activated. Fear not, you may make as many attempts as you like, as you please from the conversation with the lady. Remember how to ward off the curse when you return. Bear in mind, Shogo has no way of realizing it himself, so you must react for him. A visitor or groundskeeper in sight. Public hall is also, yep, catching structure. Wait, yep. We're going to talk. We should get to know each other better. Stop. Let's not do that, all right? If I know your name, I might start to feel sorry for you. And have a harder time killing you. Would, don't you think? 7. Maybe run and jump into the lake is what it's about? Figure out how it's activated. Oh, yeah. That guy, asked if I had a lighter. If I had a lighter on me. Throw it away. Huh? Throw away the lighter? Why did I get that impulse? Yeah, throw it away. Not sure why, but here goes nothing. Huh? What did you just... Why throw your lighter away all of a sudden? Huh? Well, just kind of felt like it. How? Why is she losing it all of a sudden? Wow, she is losing it. Look at that face. Could that lighter have been what fulfilled the condition of her curse? But why? How did I... Oop. This can't be my Shuichi. Ah, okay. Has gained. Okay, so we do know that from the death scene, the guy from the bridge was either following us or informed her that we had a lighter. Yeah, quick question for you. What the... Sorry this is so sudden, but I gotta ask. You don't mind, do you? Are you a curse bearer? What? Ah, okay, yeah, this is the reeds. Oh, don't look at that. Making it obvious that he's a curse bearer himself. What's he trying to pull? Maybe he's confident he can activate his curse before I activate mine. Gotta be careful. What's that? The hell is that? You took too long to answer. Huh? Plus, you glanced behind me when the curse echo appeared. Knew it. You're a curse bearer, too. You can stop trying to hide it now. Not that you were doing a very good job. Yeah, you're right. I appreciate the honesty. I just want to have a nice, calm little chat. The name's Yutaru Namigaki. My curse echo is the foot-washing mansion. Didn't hide the fact that he was a curse bearer. We also never found out the name of the lady, you know? Chat? Not going to curse first and ask questions later just because we're both curse bearers. A little more class than that. Hope you're smart enough to extend me the same courtesy. Let's... Huh, interesting. So the foot would crash through the roof, demand to be washed, and after it was washed, it would leave and fix the roof on its way out. A man who had been visited by the foot every night asked a friend to trade houses with him. That night, the foot stopped appearing. I'll have to see what goes down here. Alright. Chat away. Good to know I'm dealing with someone reasonable. This is Curse Echo? He said that it was the foot-washing mansion. Is that why there are only legs? Alright, let's talk. What do you want? I'll cut straight to the chase. Will you join forces with me? Gather soul dregs? Yep, you're using your curse because there's someone you want to resurrect too, right? In that case, it'd be more effective for the two of us to work together than to do it all yourself. Think about it. We could split the work and we'd have two kinds of curses at our disposal. Working together. I hadn't thought about that before. Can the soul dregs in one curse stone be moved to another? That's a fundamental requirement for this to work. Well, we'll have to test it, and I can't do that alone either. I see. Alright then, if working together helps us both get what we want, maybe it's not a bad idea. Glad to be dealing with someone who can think things through rationally. There's something I need to know in advance. Tell me. How many soul dregs do you have right now? I have some, of course. I'm more than competent, after all. I'm asking you how many. I'm at 1%. But don't worry about it. My curse is so easy to activate. I'll have plenty in no time. Bet you haven't managed to get any on your own, have you? I'm at 92. Say what? That's the amount of soul dregs I have in my curse stone right now. What? Are you serious? Not even close to being on my level. I'll keep gathering soul dregs on my own. Let's forget all this joining forces business. Gotta be kidding me. I call your bluff. Don't think you can scare me off so easily. I see, that's too bad. If you don't feel like talking, then you leave me no choice. I even gave you a chance to come out with this alive. Real shame you're gonna waste it. The voice of the cursed echo? Among the 7 mysteries, the resentful memory of the foot-washing mansion is particularly strong. Can't block it out by plugging your ears. As soon as you hear the voice of the echo, it's the end for you. Can't quite make it out. Squish. Mere conjecture at my part. You have a way to evade curses that no one else is capable of, do you not? Fear not, you may make as many attempts as you please from the conversation. To ward off the curse before it is activated. Bear in mind, Shogo has no way of realizing it. Okay. So, we were told that as soon as we hear it. Now where the one-sided reed grew is supposed to be around here somewhere. Now there's no trace of it left. That's right. He said it was the foot-washing mansion. Large bridge here is the Ryogoku Bridge. Crossing the river leads to Nihonbashi Bakurocho in Chuo City. The second oldest of the many bridges spanning the Sumida River behind Senju Ohashi. During the Great Fire of Meireki in 1657, which destroyed 60 to 70% of Edo, many drowned in the Sumida River attempting to swim away from the flames, resulting in the building of bridges to be a major focus of the reconstruction efforts. Although the bridge was simply known as Ohashi, or Great Bridge, when it was first erected, the people of Edo took to calling it Ryogoku Bridge, or Two Nations Bridge, due to its location between the provinces of Musashi and Shimosa, and this eventually became its official name. Over time, the wide roads at either side, originally intended as fire breaks, became popular locations for street performances and other events. The bridge was rebuilt following the Great Kanto earthquake and still stands to this day. How did you... Don't mind me. Yutaro said he wants to talk. You better answer quickly before, well, you know what. What do you want? Straight to the chase. Join forces. Split the work. Sorry, but there's no way I can accept your offer. Who's to say you won't run away while we're in the middle of testing it? Would you have to just trust me, or do you think you can collect them all on your own? Okay, it seems to culminate in this. Particularly strong. You can't block it by plugging your ears. As soon as you hear the voice of the echo, it's the end. Okay. Quick break, and then we will resume. Resuming in a moment. And stuff over. And we're back. Your conjecture on my part, but you have a way to evade curses that no one else is capable of, do you not? You're not. Yeah, so you must react for him. So she's critical to this. Young man, probably younger than me. Maybe a college student? Quite the bold character. He's got confidence, I'll give him that. Cut to the chase. Will you join forces? Yep. Split the work. We'd need to test it. We work together. It's not a bad idea. How many soul dregs do you have? 1%. Okay, so it's before we even talk with him, because as soon as we start going down that route, it heads to the bad end. You've been here several times. Allow me to expound further. You've already learned how to avoid hearing the voice of the curse echo somewhere. So you can't just plug your ears. There's something mechanical we're going to have to do. Let's see. Let's do a full scan here. We joined forces. Wait a minute. Okay, we're gonna try something. Okay, I have turned off all of the game sound. I don't know which one it is, but this is my guess. Is the only thing I can think of that I can do that is special is I have an option screen. Huh? It is. Oh, I love it. It's these kind of meta things can be hilarious. So the gimmick with this is that as soon as you hear its voice, it's able to kill you. And the character can't like plug their ears or anything like that. When you inevitably mess it up, the old man tells you you have some way of avoiding curses that others don't. And they really lean into like, hey, you have to not hear the curse's voice. Well, I have volume controls. Spoiler and all, but yeah. One of the first times that I recall encountering this kind of mechanic, is Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, of Psycho Mantis. His initial gimmick is that he reads from your save files and any Konami titles. He'll call out like, "Oh, you like this game? You've played this game." And his fight gimmick is that he's psychic. He reads your moves. Well, you can defeat him by changing the controller slot. He can't read your moves because he's looking at the wrong port. Undertale references this a bit too, with the idea that like saving is actually a world mechanic that some of the characters are aware of. But no, this is always kind of neat, that sort of meta narrative. I can't hear the voices if I turn the volume down. A voice? I don't hear any voice. There's no way. Yeah, there he is, perfectly unharmed. What's going on here? I don't completely understand it myself, but his curse conditions don't seem to have been met. This is my chance. Your curse won't work on me. I'll let you off easy today, so get the hell out of here. You son of a... Fine, I'll just be on my way then. Boop. And you're dead. Plunk down a save here. Then we will restore our audio settings. Neat. That's pretty cool. That's always kind of cute. Got the last of the soul dregs I need. Is that just coincidence? He wasn't able to activate his curse for some reason. Things are going well. Luck must be on my side. Should check my curse stone. It's all vibratey. Scream. Story chart unlocked. Ooh. Maybe this is that that scrambled button on the option screen. Pardon the interruption, but I'd like to take this chance to tell you about the story chart. This is the screen which will appear when you open the story chart. From here, not only can you see the overall structure of the current story, you can also progress along different branching routes by playing past stories over again. We could call this exactly the power that Shogo had sought after. Normally, you would have been able to use the story chart feature freely. However, due to certain circumstances, it has been locked until now. From here on, you will return to the story chart from time to time at breaks in the story. Those times, you will choose for yourself which story you wish to continue next. Use the story chart button on the menu to quit playing a chapter and return to the story chart. If you quit midway through a chapter that you haven't finished, you'll have to restart again from the beginning. Completed chapters can be resumed from various points. The game will not return to a previous game state when resumed. If you return to the story chart using the suspend command that appears at certain points, it is the same as quitting. There are 2 phases that must be completed to fully complete a chapter. If the chapter is finished while there are still tasks to be done, the chapter will not end but will remain incomplete. By the way, should you use the story chart to replay a past event, do you know what you must do and where? Of course you do. After all, you've gotten this far. What trigger did Yuko Fukunaga set off that led to her dying the way she did? You've come this far several times, so I have every confidence you'll be alright. As long as you make sure not to do that thing. However, like with the lighter and the voice earlier, Shogo has no way of knowing that himself. Oh, and on that note, I am curious. Have you determined how many people Shogo has killed with his curse? Let's see. We got the first guy, the suit guy, who wasn't a curse bearer. We got the person in the street in the dark, so that's 2. We got the girl by the school, so 3. We got the woman in the woods, 4. And we got, so that was 5. 5. I see. So that is your understanding of things. As it turns out, the correct answer is 0. Oh. Cat check since our camera is flaking. Well, that is all. Just continue the story at your leisure. So this leads down a dead end. Oh, this implies that there are different character paths, too. Plunk down a save while we're at it. Just backwards. Feels like the air just changed. Yoko, are you okay? Keep yelling her name. What? Is calling her name really going to help? Be yelling as hard as I can. Shouldn't I look for what's causing this? There's nothing there. Hang in there, Yoko. Look at me. You're going to be okay. It's all right. There's nothing there. Nope. Okay. Yoko. Huh? Good. You're awake. Are you okay? You were so rattled and confused, I thought you'd really lost it. You feel dizzy? Have a headache? Are your humors off balance? These are the things she asked him. Wait, what did you say? I think I've heard that before. You're the one who said it earlier. Right, that might have been it. My humors were off balance. What, back there? You ended up like that because of your humors? I've heard that at this age, your humors being even a little off can be fatal. Glad you're back to normal now. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause you so much trouble. It's as much got kind of like a visual novel vibe to it. But I really don't remember what happened. Sounds like what happened to me. Maybe this place is dangerous somehow. What? You're backing out? It just doesn't feel safe to me, and I'm worried about you. Let's call off today's investigation. Come on. I just started feeling back to normal, too. Nope, not happening. Go home. I'll even pay your cab fare, okay? Ended up having to force a still protesting Yoko into a taxi. Even then, she still wouldn't stop complaining. To placate her, I promised I'd search the park on my own for a little while longer. Okay, we're getting into the next day. So the story chart is also, so we can see night here, and then it's passing in, we're heading into the next morning. Worried about Yoko after her bizarre incident, Shogo decides to call off their investigation into the mysteries for the night. Despite her stubborn objections, he manages to persuade her by offering to continue the search on his own. 5 a.m. in Shibori Park. In further news... Oh, he dead. For dawn today, a police officer on patrol discovered a man collapsed in Sumida City Park. Man was taken to the hospital, but his death was confirmed shortly after. Okay, so this is the death that was on the news when he showed us the TV. He was like, oh, no, forget you saw that. Well, there was our tutorial. Neat. I like the music. It's got the look of real photographs, you know? Well done in your efforts thus far. This brings Shogo's story to a close. But this is not the end, far from it. In fact, this is where the story finally begins. The roots of the three protagonists have now been unlocked. Haruo Shigemi, the woman who lost her son when he was kidnapped and murdered. Shigema. Tetsuo Tsutsumi. Okay, it was the detective, the chief inspector of the 1st Investigative Division, who is looking into the death of an officer in the line of duty. Yako Sakazaki, a high school girl who wants to bring her friends back from the dead. A girl who died in a her friend back from the dead. A girl who died in a suspicious suicide. Each of them is burdened with circumstances that leave them no choice but to seek the right of resurrection. Following these three storylines will reveal the full nature of all that is occurring. With that, please enjoy the continuation of this tale. Okay. This not dreams, we can see that she's interacting with the PI there. Well, let's start. When the son of Haruo Shigema was kidnapped, a botched investigation by the police resulted in the child's murder. 1 year later, Haruo has hired a private investigator to help resolve the unsettled case. Late at night, while speaking to the detective at her home, something strange suddenly appears. May those who mock fire's fury perish in flame. Fire is something. I'm guessing fury. Kill them. The flame bearers. Kill them all. You have acquired the power of the cursed stone of the haunting clappers. Okay, yeah. It wasn't the beech tree. She had the clappers, the guy who was on fire watch, essentially. And use it to kill those with fire or fire-starting devices on their person. It was a warning from the spirit of someone who lost their life in a terrible fire. Excuse me. Red, red, red. Everything is dyed crimson. My home is burning to the ground. It's hot, so hot. I must call for help, but I cannot speak. My throat must be burned up from the smoke. I think I'm already on fire. That's right, I'll just use the clappers. Clack, clack. Is anyone there? Clack, clack. Why is no one coming? I'm going to burn to death. How did it come to this? Oh, right, her. It must be the work of that vixen who appeared suddenly and enchanted my lord, that witch. Those hauntingly cold eyes had my lord dancing in the palm of her hand. Perhaps I was also taken in by her. How many innocent people did I lure in under orders? This must be karma. The sound of a heavy bell. Feels like it feels like my head will split open. All right, the evening bell. That must be why nobody can hear the sound of my clappers. I've got to do it louder. Clack, clack. So the stories that they're mentioning are like tangential to the actual curse. Murderous impulse seeps into my soul. Ill. Can you hear it, curse bearer? You who so strongly desires the right. Kill them. Morning, maybe. You have arrived at the start of game proper, post-prologue. Back with me, ma'am? Can't say I understand what just happened, but it certainly seems to have put you in a good mood. This might be the first time I've ever seen you really smile. Yes. It did start about 3.5 hours ago. The prologue is not small. It's not like a tutorial, it's just the introduction to the whole concept. This might be the first time I've seen you really smile. Sweet dreams? Hello, Ember. Hello. It's hello. Are you going to sit with me or not, huh? Yeah. Yeah. You can't hear her, but she trills. So previously, in the prologue, this is one of the people that we killed with our curse. And that her gimmick made it so that the lighter that we were carrying could kill us, and we had to throw it away. She wants to resurrect the son that was killed in a kidnapping. Norway is a housewife who resides in a manor near Shumoku Bridge. Her 11-year-old son, Shuichi, was kidnapped and murdered about a year ago. It's very visual novel, maybe, but also pretty interactive. There aren't like static mechanics. Within a given scene, you need to usually figure out what it is that you need to do. And sometimes that will be looking around, not looking around. One of the first ones we encounter, turning your back on the person, he'll knife you. Yeah, Amber, quit chewing that, huh? So you have to focus on that person and figure out how to get him to leave. One of the curses was as soon as you heard the words that the spirit said, you were dead meat. And the solution to it was to go into the game options and turn all the sound down so you couldn't hear the voices. It's the mechanic seems to be that we are like a mental impulse driving the people, not like we are them. It's we reside in their mind. So the throw the lighter away thing, when we encountered her in the prologue, and there is kind of like a branching storyline, time travel kind of vibe going. We had a lighter on us, and if you have anything fire related on your person, the curse that she has can kill you. Um, I am getting a bit of vibes of Beacon Pines from this. We have the branching story tree, um, and different conditions to create more branches, kind of stuff. Um, but yeah, it's knowing that she had the fire ability, not the evergreen tree curse. Um, we were able to say like, oh, we'll take this. We'll get rid of the lighter we had. There were a couple of tells when you first get killed by that. Is the detective appears, and the detective had asked us, "Do you have a light? Do you have something to do you have a light?" And it's like, "Oh, well, I've got this lighter. Will that do?" And he's like, "Oh, yeah, that's great." But he didn't ask us to use it to smoke or anything like that. He just asked, "Did we have it?" When she invokes our curse, we see him peek out from the bushes, and we see that is the fire-related curse. Where she was, that he was there, and what the curse was is meant to imply you have something on you. Um, if you keep failing over and over, the sort of narrator will give you a hint as to what you can do to break out of that scene. But it is kind of node based visual novel gameplay. Overall gameplay. Let's see. Your old son was kidnapped and murdered about a year ago. The death was the result of a mistake on the part of the detective assigned to the case. A mistake which enraged the kidnapper and had him cut off all contact with the police, leaving no room for negotiation. The incident was covered up, and Shuichi's killer remains at large, leading the aggrieved Haruo to call on the services of private investigator Richter Kai to uncover the truth. The Shigema family came from a line of samurai who built their residence in Honjo during the Edo period. They assumed important positions in the police force following the Meiji Revolution, thereby protecting their family's elevated status. Even today, many of the Shigema line work as police bureaucrats and senior police officers. Harue's father sits in the upper echelons of the National Police Agency, and her husband, adopted into the clan through an arranged marriage, is also a highly respected agency official. However, as her family prioritizes work above all else, it wasn't long before Harue's marriage grew cold. Though she wants for nothing, she is isolated from her neighbors and withdrawn from society. Seeing her son grow into a young man gave her a purpose in life, but it was cut short by the kidnapping incident. Following the incident, she spent many days in a deep depression, breaking into sudden fits of shouting and wandering around in the middle of the night. Her cheerful, loving disposition faded away, and she took to making snide remarks at her husband, which only further soured their relationship. A few months ago, her husband was transferred to another area for work and now rarely returns home, with Haruo left to live in the large, empty mansion alone. As a housekeeper who has been with the family for a long time comes in to take care of all the housework, Haruo has nothing but time on her hands. I wonder if the housekeeper is Yoko. That'd be interesting. Not dreams. Sounds like something I might want to hear about. My heart's still racing. This is it, my chance at long last. A fax machine. It can send images to other places along the telephone network. I don't really know how it works. Most houses don't have one. I rarely find a use for it. The telephone. This mansion has a private line. An old hanging scroll. I don't know who painted it. It's been hanging here since I was born. So we can look around, we can look at stuff. Is that what I think it is? Goodness, you made me jump. Just a silly little sticker my son got from somewhere or another. He put it up just before, well, you know what happened. I still can't bring myself to take it down. Let me take a closer look. Knew it. It's Head Honjo from way back in set number 1. This is a real collector's item. Huh. So it's a rooster, but it has the black school uniform. At the ends of its wings, it has almost like metal with a loop, like a motorcycle handlebar with the throttle or ignition or brakes or whatever. The comb is like a pompadour, and then its tail is like the back of the stereotypical motorcycle. Excuse me? Don't tell me you've never heard of the mockingbirds. The what? They're the hottest new craze. Cute little birds dressed up like rough and tumble delinquents. Never heard of them, but this certainly seems to matter to you. The best part is, nobody knows who made them. They just started showing up around town, and soon enough, they'd won everybody's hearts. The story goes that they're made by some anonymous artist who covertly leaves them behind in specific locations. No one knows when or where they'll show up next. They're basically an urban legend of sorts. To think one would turn up here, of all places, is a good sign, I'm sure of it. Well, that's nice. Apparently, there's collectibles. Wow. See, 20 of them? Yep. Popular bird mascot stickers seem to pop up everywhere. Nobody knows who the legendary artist is behind these quirky birds, but they quickly became popular for their surreal yet oddly cute designs. Be in the right place at the right time in Honjo, and you might be able to find all 20 of them scattered around. Legend has it collecting all of them will bring good luck. A stereo unit with separated speakers designed for home use. Hello, Ember. Hello. What? What? Huh? Yeah, I recall the Korok seed grind in Breath of the Wild. You may not chew that, miss. Said you can't chew that. But I wanna. My husband insisted on buying one, even though he isn't one to listen to music often. An arrangement of flowers. We bring in someone to do it. I don't even know what the flowers are called. Being a nuisance, Ember. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that maybe. There's a point at which it goes from being a collectible to it being a chore, you know? A color television. Father bought one as soon as it hit the market. He likes to have the latest gadgets. Unlike the latest models, there is no remote control. We've had it for a long time. I remember these, the little ratcheting turn dial there. Little ratcheting dial that you'd switch to the channels. Back when it was new, we all gathered around it and marveled at it as a family. But with father and my husband being away so often, it quickly fell into disuse. Let me bring you up to speed. Yeah, you still have to get there, and you still have to do whatever you need to do. Middle of a chat when you suddenly started spacing out, and the whole time you were grinning to yourself like you'd just won the lottery. Care to tell me what that was all about? Well, where to start? Interesting, very interesting. So the haunting clapper's curse echo appeared out of nowhere, told you how to perform the rite of resurrection, and gave you the curse you'll need to do it. Have I got that right? That's right. So it's all real. Honestly, I still find it hard to believe. But I guess I have to now. I saw that curse stone appear in your hand myself. Looks like it popped clean out of thin air. With evidence that clear, there's no denying that there's some supernatural force at work. I don't think you quite understand. No. This isn't about evidence, and it isn't about belief. It's more than that. I know it's real. The moment the curse appeared, I knew everything before it even said a word. It was already there in my head, clear as day. There we go. You just knew, huh? It was etched into my soul along with the curse echo's resentful memories. So I can feel it, what it was like. Dying like they did hundreds of years ago. Wreathed in flame, writhing in pain as my flesh blackens and my blood boils. I can feel it. All the agony, all the rage. Fills me with bloodlust. I think I need to kill someone. Anyone will do, just as long as they're carrying fire. I see, that could be a problem. You think so? From what I know of you, I was sure you'd see it as an opportunity. The stronger the desire to resurrect someone, the stronger the urge to kill. That's how it seems to me, anyway. Good grief, talk about a spanner in the works. I say we take stock for a moment, remind ourselves where we've come from and where we're going. That might be a good idea. Let's hold off on the killing spree for just a moment. Maybe talk it out a bit. My heart is still racing. This is it, my chance at long last. The investigation. That's what you hired me for, ma'am. To look into your son's kidnapping last year. To uncover the truth behind the abduction and murder of Shuichi Shigema. Ah, yes, I remember. They never did find the one who did it. That's what I'm here about today. In fact, kind of you to let me drop by so late, by the way. I've been turning over every last stone, and I've come up with a grand total of 1 lead. So you said. As far as the police are concerned, it's a cold case, but I've managed to make some headway. I remember, you were just about to tell me. A kidnapping and murder case that took place in Honjo, Sumida, around 1 year ago. Haruo Shigema's son, Shuichi, age 11, was kidnapped on his way home from school, with a ransom being demanded at the same time. Initially, the kidnapping was thought of as a simple extortion scheme, but when it came to light that the Shigema family was closely tied to the police, Shuichi was in fact the grandson of a senior official. It was quickly assumed that the perpetrator was acting upon a grudge against the police force. The kidnapping was treated as a direct attack against the good name of the police, and a large-scale investigation was launched that used the best equipment available to trace phone calls. This made it all the more embarrassing when they were unable to catch the culprit, losing the public's confidence. The culprit grew cocky, relentlessly mocking the police force. After 3 days of failure after failure, Haruo reached a breaking point. Spurred by concern for her son, she resolved to hand over the ransom money as fast as possible, but her husband and father, who held the prestige of the police in high regard, refused, saying that they would not let the criminal win by giving in to their demands. The increasingly frantic detective assigned to the case lost his temper when the criminal called to give an ultimatum, causing the culprit to never make contact again. Another week passed, and Shuichi's body was found floating in the Sumida River. Shuichi's death could be largely ascribed to the police's incompetence, but this was ultimately covered up with stringent media embargoes. The investigation was never closed, but the case has long gone cold. Shuichi. The only son of Haruo Shigema. He was kidnapped and murdered 1 year ago. His body was discovered in the river. He was a conscientious, brave young boy who was determined to protect his mother, Haruo, amid his father's frequent absences. He dreamed of becoming a police officer and displayed diligence and an impressive sense of responsibility from a young age, likely due to being raised in an extremely strict environment. Born in the early 70s, he spent his days immersed in the various activities and studies, including playing piano, learning the abacus, taking English lessons, and training in kendo. Okay, early 70s, yeah, this puts it definitely earlier than that, because this was last year that he died. Okay, yeah, so mid-80s-ish. Shuichi's tendency to put others' needs over his own meant he died without ever telling his classmates how much he longed for them all to go out on a hunt for Mockingbird stickers. We still need to figure out exactly what you want me to do. Tell you what, why don't I tell you what I've found, and then we can make a decision. All right. Suppose there's not much point going over the kidnapping itself. I'm very familiar, and I'll leave that for the files to cover and just confirm a few things about the case. The police traced the culprit's calls back to, let's see here, northern Oyoko River, here in Sumida City. That's quite a wide area. That's right. In the end, they never managed to nail down exactly where the calls were coming from. But it was almost certainly the same location that Shuichi was being held captive. Since Shuichi's voice could be heard during the killer's calls, northern Oyoko River is quite a distance from Shuichi's normal school commute. Factoring in that he was seen at school but went missing before he arrived at his house, it's likely that he was abducted by car on his route home. Maybe, but... Just a moment, folks. Sorry about that. Been a little congested lately. Hello, Ember. Yeah. Exactly. Shuichi was a clever boy. He never would have gotten into a car with a stranger. That's right. I was very firm about that. I know he understood. I even saw him warning other children. It's possible that they forced him into the car. The only issue there weren't any witnesses to the kidnapping. You can't bundle somebody into a car with that many students around and not be noticed. But nobody came forward to say they saw anything suspicious. So did they target him at some other time or somewhere away from his usual route? Hello, yeah. It's just crawling all over today. Both of these seem a little far-fetched, which raises the question, how did the kidnapper pull it off? The police never managed to find an answer. In the end, they decided that the kidnapper must have just gotten lucky. Why not turn the problem on its head? Okay, that is a... The kidnapper managed to convince Shuichi to get into the car, but how? The only thing that makes sense to me is if they were somebody that he would have a reason to trust. A teacher, perhaps, or a relative, or somebody else that he knew. But all of the adults Shuichi knew had alibis. The police checked them all thoroughly. They did, huh? No one throws numbers at a problem like the cops. What if it wasn't someone he knew, or rather, what if the culprit disguised themselves as a police officer? That would explain why he didn't find them suspicious. The Shigema family has close ties with the police, after all. He would have had a reason to trust them. You might be right. But surely that couldn't have... Well, there's a problem with the theory. You'd be surprised how much police officers stand out. That's sort of the point, after all. They're meant to be a visible deterrent against crime. But here's another interesting little bit of trivia I happen to know. When you ask people to imagine someone suspicious, nobody pictures women or children. Even kids who have been warned about stranger danger often subconsciously expect that danger to look like an adult man. Besides, Shuichi was the sort of boy who wanted to be a police officer when he grew up. He must have had a very strong sense of right and wrong. That's right. Wait, surely you can't mean... Now you're getting it. If, say, a young woman approached Shuichi asking for help, what would he have done? If someone like that said they were lost and asked him for directions, would he have gotten into a car? There's a little musical stinger there. Completely at odds with the music. Perhaps they'll break out some tuba next, or maybe a little bit of sad trombone. My husband always told him that a man had a duty to watch out for women and children. You could certainly argue that kind of attitude is outdated nowadays. But if Shuichi believed it, then we might have something here. Then you think the culprit was a young woman? But it was a man's voice on the phone. She might have been an accomplice, or maybe she didn't even realize she was being used. If anything, that would explain why she hasn't come forward. She herself might not realize she had anything to do with the case. So the question is, did anybody see Shuichi speaking with a young woman on the day of the disappearance? See what I said about people's biases? That goes for witnesses, too. And I figured that maybe if I started asking new questions, I might get some new answers. So I spent my day asking around Shuichi's school route, seeing if anyone had seen something. And one man thought he had. You mean he saw something? Well, I can't say that for sure. Turns out he wanted something from me, so he asked if we could talk in private. Several hours earlier. Alright, this should do. There's no one around. We can speak in confidence. Excuse me, what was your name again? Jonouchi? Yeah. Got it. Well, Jonouchi, I'm all ears. Just so we're on the same page, you're a private detective investigating Shuichi Shigemo's kidnapping. Do I have that right? Of course. What else do I look like? How should I know what a private detective looks like? Ah, forget it. Look, I'll tell you straight. My life is in danger. I need your help. You'll excuse me if that caught me a little off guard. Let me ask you straight. What is trying to kill you? A student called Michio Shiraishi. Interesting. A schoolgirl, huh? Sounds like you've been naughty. It's nothing like that. That girl, she's a murderer. I'm the only one who knows, but I saw what she did. Michio Shiraishi. I saw her kidnap Shuichi Shigema. Come again? I saw her talk to him on the street and lead him away. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then he went missing. She murdered him, I'm sure of it. Or at least she's got something to do with it. That's what you're here for, isn't it? Then you can't let her get to me. If that's true, you've been sitting on some valuable information. Why didn't you tell anyone? Well, you see, if you can't explain that, I don't have any reason to believe you. I couldn't. She told me she'd kill me if I spoke a word. You're telling me a schoolgirl had you scared for your life. So you've been sitting on that all this time, and you think she's coming for you now that you've spilled the beans? That's it, exactly. I'm begging you, don't let her get me. Arrest her, I'm telling you, she's a demon. Well, you seem to believe what you're saying, but it just doesn't add up. How could a schoolgirl have a fully grown man so terrified? You don't know what she can do. She'll curse me. Curse you? I'm sorry, but you're losing me here. It's true. Her house, it's... Ah, forget it. Why do I even bother? You seem dubious enough to believe me. But I should have known you'd never understand. I'll find someone else to help me. Hey. And that's about the long and short of it. I can hardly believe it. At the time, I thought his mention of curses was just crazy talk. But I'm starting to see that there might have been more to it. Then, if we can just find that girl, curse or no curse, if she was with Shuichi the day of the kidnapping, there's a good chance she knows something. Excuse me. On top of that, I did some digging on the man I spoke to. His full name's Kohei, let's see here, Jonoichi. He's a teacher at Komagata High School here in Sumida. A teacher? Then this schoolgirl is one of his students? I think that's very likely. All right, folks. I had intended to go a little bit longer tonight, but it's as good a stopping point as any, and I am still much more tired than anticipated. So we're going to... Sure, we save. But yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. We'll see how it go. But positive results so far. We'll see if I get a copyright bonk on any of the music. What am I looking for? Oh, okay. Brain slow. Yeah, a lot of murders up front. The prologue had a lot of killing. Let's see. Danganronpa 2 is tomorrow. I have posted the schedule to the Discord, the YouTube channel, Twitter, and a couple of the other sources. Well, there's always the VODs, maybe. Seamless plug. All right, let's see here. But yeah. The other new game we'll be trying this week is Stygian, Reign of the Old Ones, or something like that, which is a turn-based tactics game with a Lovecraft, Eldritch horror spin. We'll see how that go too. But otherwise, I hope everybody had a good time tonight, and I hope to see you tomorrow.